Mara trailer.
Welcome to the finals of PS Pace-Off
Oh,
V2.
shit.
This is the
We
finals.
had
Okay.
group stages, blah blah.
Hello and welcome along, everybody, to the second iteration of the Pace-Off at IRC, where I think we're seeing off the F1 2021 game. This has become a very popular event that all of us drivers enjoy taking part in after the games. Basically sunsetting, just to see who has the bragging rights for being the fastest person on track. I'm joined by my trusted fellow commentator, Maranellobaby. Hello.
Hello.
Good to be doing this again after a very long time.
It's been a while, and to be perfectly, I think it's not just the second edition of Pace-Off. I think Pace-Off the first time around was widely regarded as the most interesting and fun event we've ever conducted in this server.
I don't think I took part in that one. Perhaps.
Yeah, I remember. I think I was on stream the last time as well, so I didn't really take part either. But I've had the pleasure of just spectating these really quick boys.
Great. So I guess you are more familiar with the format than I am.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, we are at the what is this called? The best 16 or the
Round of 16. Yeah.
round of 16.
Can I interrupt real quick? We've got the intro playing in the background. Can you just remove that from so we can hear the background?
My game is that's my game audio.
No. That's just, we can hear the Pace-Off intro happening. Just remove that from the current scene. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be good. Right. So anyway, I think yeah, we've had the group stages and a few eliminations so far. We've had 32 drivers enter the Pace-Off event, and I think there are only 16 drivers left standing.
Yep.
And I think they're just gonna go 1v1 and hash it out till the last man remains.
I think that's pretty much it. So we're going to have the round of 16, then there's quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then there are finals.
Oh, right. Svar, do you want to walk everyone through what the format and the number of laps and everything that people will be going
I think it's
through?
still there. Sorry to cut you off. The intro is still playing.
It's the game audio that's running in the background.
No, it's the intro.
It should be gone now. Either way, is there another thing with this?
It's good to know that we're still as incompetent as we've been.
Apologies, folks. There are a few technical difficulties.
Nice reminder.
Right. Anyway, let's just carry on. I don't think that's too much of an issue. Anyway, Kapil, let us know if our voices are getting drowned out by it. I think that's the only thing.
No, it's still there. You've got to share your screen. Maybe something. You still hearing. Apologies, gentlemen. Just.
It should be gone now. It should be gone now. BG video was there for some reason. Anyway, I think we're good. We're good. Anyway, so Couple, tell us what's the status of the lobbies right now? Are we ready to go racing? What's happening on that front?
Yep. We've got every single driver in the lobby. They're all spectating. They're all waiting for the action to get underway. And they've just been practicing Austria like there's no tomorrow,
Yeah.
all for the first round to begin. So it
So the
should be
first
fun.
round of 16
Yeah,
is at Austria, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. And these are three
yeah,
lappers, right?
that is correct. Yes,
Awesome. So let's take a
So
look at the
there's going to be
bracket.
8 races of 3 laps each.
that is correct. Yep. Now
Okay,
we
great.
can
I
just
think
switch over to the
we're on
tree.
that.
We can have a
Oh,
look.
there we
Yeah,
go.
that's
Fantastic. So these are the 8 races we're going to look forward to. Um, Helium, Heisenberg, Logesh, and Jose Hero, Streeter, SlayaOnKeys, Tanish and Saai, Aakash Sonawane, and the SSJassassin, RB Forello with SD, Ink and Fivezan, and Moto and Carry. So these are 3 lap races at Austria, and then we move on to the quarterfinal stage where it's at Silverstone. And those, I believe, are going to be 5 lappers. So let's get underway and kick it off, I think.
yeah. So the system that we have here for every single race. So we're going to be watching it in order as you see it from top to bottom, and just to kind of spice things up, every single race will be preceded by an auspicious coin toss to decide who gets first or second. So by default, we're going to keep, since we don't have our drivers in the VC, we're just going to assume that the first driver always picks heads, the second guy always picks tails. So with that, let's kind of have the coin toss for the first race.
Awesome. So I think we can decide the order for the first race now. Moment of truth, gentlemen. And
So
that's
this is
And
for
there
the
we go.
Helium. What's the first race? Sorry, guys.
First race is Streeter versus SlayaOnKeys because Heisenberg and Jose Hero are no shows. So we got Streeter versus Slayer, and the coin toss says that Streeter is going to be starting
Paul.
out
the
in P1.
Yep. So that's awesome,
All
Black
right.
Sheep. Black Sheep. We have the first 2 to be on stream, and we have the order for the grid as well, which is going to be. I think it's going to be a deciding factor. How much do you think the starting grid is actually going to play a part in the race itself?
I think it can be significant, right? Because these are 3 lap races, so there's not going to be any DRS for the most part. So the positional advantage can play a big part. These are only 3 lap races.
Yeah, while I agree with you, but Austria is a track where the third lap includes 2 DRS zones, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for reminding me that this is at Austria. So you can sort of sit back for the first 2 laps and then, make your move on the third one.
Yeah,
But then are you going to take that risk and just leave it for the final lap?
it's better than taking a very big risk on the first 2 and being out completely out of it by the time you have DRS. So it is going to be a bit of strategy, but more likely it's just going to be pure pace.
Yeah.
I think the session's beginning. Can you switch to the game?
Uh,
Yeah, I think they're just about to start. Yeah, I think we
right.
can keep it here.
So the drivers are ready, and we are entering the first race of the day. So Streeter is someone who's been around for years and years within IRC, and Slayer is someone who's shown some incredible pace as well. It's going to be a good one. I'm guessing this is all setups allowed, so
Yeah.
hopefully that gives all the drivers the chance to put their best foot forward.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
What will you be doing here?
How-
What would your strategy be, Black Sheep? Actually, let's start with a less loaded question. Which car would you be in?
Oh, I would pick the Ferrari.
Ferrari. Okay, good man,
Yeah.
good man.
Either the Ferrari or the Alpine for the engine noise, probably.
I like the Alpine engine noise. It's a bit low. Like it's a bit good. It's a bit bassy. In
Correct.
in game.
It's not too intrusive on your ear, I think.
That's true.
Mercedes sounds a bit too loud, I suppose. Um, How do we get into the engine sound from strategy?
But okay, I digressed. Uh, right. Take us through this.
All right, so you got Streeter in the Williams, SlayaOnKeys with the McLaren. Streeter, I think, has had a good start, but SlayaOnKeys, he's stuck right behind him. He's keeping it sensible, staying in the slipstream, and here we go. Up we go to turn 3, turn 2 being the flat-out kink on this straight. Your stream's ended for me.
What?
Sorry.
Let me walk you through. Can you see now?
No, you're not streaming on Discord anymore.
Oh my God, my projector just shut. Oh Jesus, this is great. Folks, don't worry, we're not gonna let you miss more than a few seconds of this. It's shut again. Wow. Jesus. There we go. I just need to stream it. Do you have it now? Oh, right. So we're entering the end of the first lap, and Slayer is hot on Streeter's tail. It's about 3/10 between the two. Is he going to go for a move into turn 1? Looks unlikely. He takes a bit of a look, making himself very, very large in Streeter's rearview mirror.
Let's move to their onboard so we can see what the ARS level is. Perhaps that will give us an indication of what these guys are thinking of in terms of deployment and attack. Great. So Streeter, again, not pushing so much. SlayaOnKeys has already pretty much deployed half of his DRS. So he is kind of pushing to stay right behind Streeter. And I think Streeter is holding back until that final lap when DRS is enabled. But that's not to say that Slayer is not going to have enough on this final lap, which we're coming on to. Turn 9 and 10, final 2 corners, and then we approach the main pit straight.
An important factor to consider is Streeter is still on 100% ERS. He hasn't pressed the overtake button for a second yet. So he's got all of that to defend for the last lap. But is that really going to matter? Because Slayer's going to...
I was just going to say, it's the exit of this corner that will really dictate where this race goes on this straight and the next one. Streeter already defending the inside, covering that off. I think he's done enough, but Slayer will have DRS for the second straight once again. Coming out of turn 3, I think Slayer had the better exit again because slightly shallow line for Streeter. Streeter covering that inside line all the way to the edge of the track. Slayer all the way around the outside. Bit of a contact, a slight bit of squeeze, but I think we're okay there.
There was, I mean, that bit of wheel bagging always happens in Austria. You have turn 3, which is a wide track to a narrow apex, and turn 4, which is pretty much more of the same.
I think, as you said, I think Streeter's just picked up a penalty.
Streeter has picked up a penalty.
Picked up a penalty, going over the curbs, going too wide out of the exit of turn 6, I believe.
But yeah, so Streeter takes away this first race on track. However, track limits can get you, and as seen here, I think that's going to play a large factor in today's event. We've seen this before. We've seen this with last edition's Pace-Off as well. That that keeping it clean is as important as being quick.
Oh, we saw it in the actual Formula 1 race a couple of weeks ago.
What are there, 54? 54 track limit warnings in total in real life?
Something like that.
Okay.
So Slayer takes it away on the final lap thanks to a penalty for Streeter. Track limit warning.
Well, you never like seeing a race being decided off track, but fate is cruel. We have our first winner. And just moving on to the bracket, our next race for the day is going to be Tanish versus Saai. It's going to be an interesting one. I definitely think Tanish has the upper hand. He's definitely shown himself to be extremely, extremely talented in terms of pure pace. But I think Saai is the more consistent of the two drivers. Tanish does tend to probably maybe overextend a little bit. Track limits could become an issue. But more importantly, spinning. We've seen that before. He's a big Sebastian Vettel fan, as are you, Blacksheep. But that reference could not be ignored.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for reminding me that again. So who's your money on this time around?
I have to go with my boy Tanish.
Yeah, I've got a feeling.
It'll be a close one. Sai's got a good head on his shoulders, so let's see what he can do. Whether he can take the
Yeah.
fight. Maybe the coin toss is
let's
going to
not
be very
ignore-
important here.
Perhaps, but let's not ignore track limits warnings.
Absolutely. We should petition the organizers to extend these to 5 laps. There's just not enough fun for us to talk about.
Yeah, but then are you getting DRS too much into play there? Does it become way too easy, especially when you only got 2 drivers on track? It's
That's
not
true.
like there's a massive field to come through. There's only one driver that you've got to overtake.
Let me
Would you?
coin toss, gentlemen.
Absolutely. So let's see who's on pole for the next one. Let's just. It's tails, which means Sai is going to be on pole.
This is a good thing in a way because he needs the advantage, if I may say so.
So that brings Sai
Yeah.
on pole, and I think that's worked out perfectly, Blacksheep, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think this could be interesting to see. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Tanish does, whether he kind of sits back until the final lap or whether he starts to attack. I don't think I've seen these guys go wheel to wheel before. I'm not sure if Tanish or Sai might just be sort of unsettled slightly by the way of how the other person drives, etc. And I'm focusing here on track limits once again because when you're going wheel to wheel here and there, you can easily put a wheel or two outside the track and pick something.
And Austria is that kind of old school sort of circuit where you do sort of, if you go wide, you're probably going to be in the gravel. Yes, turns 1 and 3 excluded. All the way from turn 4 to potentially turn 9, you have where you could have wheel to wheel racing. There's not much room to extend.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but Austria is I think for me Austria in this game is definitely a good race, a track which breeds good races. But the curbs, they have a tendency to unsettle the car so much, and I think I'm gonna put my money on this. We're gonna see at least one driver spinning.
Yeah. I'm right behind that one. Should we go back? Should we go to the lobby if that's up, by the way?
I'm guessing the lobby is up.
So there is. So okay, are they actually racing?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. That's great
Okay, never
timing,
mind.
Black Sheep. So we have 4 lights, 5 lights, and we have Tanish in second, Sai on pole in the Red Bull. Let's see where these two finish. Tanish immediately sorts into Sai's slipstream, and Tanish has got very, very wide. I think he lost the car. We nearly had our first spin within the first second of the race.
Although I have been seeing this consistently, he's been I don't know, he's been up to some shenanigans during this pace-off rounds.
So if I may interject, so there is a slight issue with Tanish and why he's abysmally slow right now.
Okay.
Just before the session started, he lost power, so he just got it back, and so his wheel is all screwed up right now. The rotation, as you can see, is all wonky, and that's why he's unable to keep it straight.
Are we restarting?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Should we be restarting? I think.
Yeah. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and give him another shot. So, send it.
Okay. Well, that explains it.
Okay, so let's just take a break while these folks are sorting out Tanish's wheel. We consider technical difficulties for us, not so much the drivers.
Yeah.
Especially since there's no Ferrari on the grid, we didn't expect any drivers to be facing issues.
No, in that case, you would see some flames.
Or their pedals going haywire.
Yeah.
So I think that gives us a good chance to talk about the season so far. Happy, not happy. We don't have too much time to talk about it, but
Oh, nah, not happy. of course.
Well, if you
Well,
consider
I say of course.
Ferrari, if you are sort of considering Ferrari as a um, championship winning team, yes, I can assume you'd be disappointed. But for me, I was always very people were gonna say I was very negative about it, but honestly, I was realistic about the fact that Ferrari have a great car. They're a great team historically, but mentally they have some room to grow to become a current title defending team or title winning team. Um, so whatever's happening this season is definitely very unfair for Charles Leclerc. He's definitely, in my opinion, the best driver in the grid. But Max versus Charles is such a great fight, um, such a close fight. It's just we hope it's not decided by technical issues and engine problems. Let's hope the season can be decided on track.
I agree with that. No, I don't have severely high hopes from Ferrari going into this season. Not that I expected them to just walk all over other teams and win the championship. I understand that Red Bull is obviously a very well-oiled machine as a team because they've genuinely been fighting or been in contention for the last many years, at least in the turbo hybrid era, towards the top, fighting it out. So, strategies, pit calls, etc. They've got it sorted. They know how to do things and how to react. Ferrari, perhaps not so much. Probably it's time. But then you would think, half a season in, they should be able to do that.
Yep. Well, some things are going Red Bull's way, some things are going Ferrari's way. Now, one huge step in the right direction is Ferrari's upgrades seem to be working the Red Bulls. If you actually look at the upgrades that they've brought and the pace advantage and the expected pace advantage that's sort of gone with them, Ferrari seem to be way more on the data than Red Bull have been.
I'm gonna have to stop you there. I think the lobby's up, and we know we can talk about this for many hours on end.
That's why
But
it's
I
a great
think what's
filler.
more interesting is that it is a restart of the same race, but now in wet conditions. So these are dynamic settings for weather, and I believe it's the same race being restarted yet with Slayer on P1, Tanish P2. So intermediate tires, some puddles on track, treacherous conditions. Tanish already, I think, getting some heat in the tires, or maybe getting some back end movements.
Tanish definitely seems to still be struggling on the pedals, or maybe that's just him struggling on the wet conditions. He's very slow into that apex.
Could it be the traction settings, perhaps? I'm not sure if Saai is on medium or full traction or not, if that makes a difference. But he seems to be pulling away. 3 seconds now, and 3.5.
Tanish is spun. A Mercedes spinning in Austria. Tanish has retired from the session. Is this... I think he's gotten too many technical difficulties. He probably is just retiring the car. It's... not sure if we're going to restart again, but that's definitely a shame. Tanish would have been one of the prime contenders for today's overall championship.
Absolutely. No doubt about that.
Well, folks, we kept you waiting, talking about Formula 1 and the championship as it stands. But this race was short-lived. Hopefully the next one goes the distance. But yeah, we have it. Saitara moves forward in the bracket.
No, I have to stop you there again.
It's another restart?
So his wheel is still... It's going to be postponed for a later point. So the issue is that when his wheel disconnected and reconnected, the calibration just gets out of wonk. And the concern is that he was always in the lobby. He did not quit the game, restart, replug it in, and so that the calibration is set. So, how many ever times he goes ahead and races in the same lobby, it's always going to be screwed up. So we just told him to quit the game, get his affairs in order. We'll come back to this race at a later point. So let's do the coin toss for the next race.
Sure, perfect.
Okay, so we got Aakash Sonawane and the SSJassassin.
As some of you know, this is a slightly fresher battle, but enticing nonetheless. Assassin has been helping me over the last few hours setting up the stream. So he's been a major part of IRC for the last few months. And it is tails. Sorry, let me just do the coin toss again. Give me 1 sec, folks. Who is it gonna be? It is heads, and I think that gives us Aakash Sonawane, who is gonna be on pole for the 3-lapper.
Was it really heads or was it really tails?
Doesn't matter, does it?
Well, to us it doesn't, but I'm sure to them it does.
The good thing is, we have plausible deniability.
Fair enough. Apart from the fact that it's on stream, but okay.
Well, I don't think I shed the coin toss the first time around, so it's
No, but you did say
yeah.
that it was.
My word means nothing without evidence.
That's true. Okay. Well, I was hoping. To be honest, the reason I say that, I was hoping. Well, Aakash Sonawane, he's one of the quickest drivers in Tier 1. So I was hoping the SSJassassin to get pole in that one, to be honest, so that we at least had Aakash following on and mounting an attack, perhaps.
Couple, do you think there's some time for some divine intervention, or does it need
Couple
to
isn't
be...
here, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It seems to be a new lobby, a new invite. Yeah, okay. Right, so we are getting into a new lobby. Maybe that we'll have better luck for Tanish later down the line. But it's going to be Aakash Sonawane in the Mercedes and SSJassassin in the Ferrari. I have to say, my loyalties are pretty straightforward for this race.
Do you need to stream, by the way? Sorry. Or do you need to flip to the game?
Not yet. It's still in lobby.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just giving the folks an update as to the cars they can expect on the grid. But yeah, my loyalties are pretty straightforward for this race. You can't have a Mercedes Ferrari battle and expect me not to be biased.
Yeah, let's see how they get on. Again, I think this pairing, I haven't seen them race with each other. I think. Well, it'll be interesting to see where we end up.
I think that's what I really love about Pace-Off. You have drivers from different tiers, regardless of the tier you drive in, regardless of the assist you use. You are just in one forum, equally plated out, and I think that is something which. Obviously, some might feel it's unfair to put tier 4, tier 3 drivers against tier 1, but this is not about assists you use. This is not about how consistent you are over 50% race. It's just about how much you can keep that right foot pressed.
Well, it's about everybody racing with everybody else, irrespective of any tier barriers or anything else.
Exactly, and I think that's why I love these kind of races. You have drivers who haven't raced with each other before going up against each other.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when something unexpected happens.
Exactly. Now, if you were we are in game, and we just started the race. I just got the race start, and we have Assassin slightly wide into turn 1, jumps over the sausage curbs, but he does manage to save it. Crucially.
Yeah, I think that was avoiding a track limit warning by the Ferrari, just going slightly more wider, taking some more time.
Yep. He is playing fast and loose with those track limits.
Yeah, certainly is. But 1.1 second behind now. I forgot to catch this. Didn't Mercedes actually start on pole? I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, Mercedes did start on pole.
Oh, because I thought Aakash Sonawane got...
Let me tell you one thing. Your prediction of Aakash Sonawane being the quickest driver, one of the quickest drivers in Tier 1, while valid, Assassin has just caught him by 3/10 in the middle sector. Oh, that car is on rails.
Yeah, but he's going deep and wide into every corner. I think. I'm not sure how many warnings he's picked up already.
Yeah, I think it's definitely likely that Aakash
That's another couple of warnings. I think.
I think it is likely that Aakash is the more, I'm going to say decorated driver for that, because it's definitely not the most successful or the quicker. We can't say that for sure. But I want to see what it looks like, what it's going to be like on track. So Assassin has to catch up about 3/10 in my opinion by the end of this lap to have a standing chance to overtake Aakash into the last couple of DRS zones.
Yeah, I agree. Aakash seems to be keeping it fairly standard.
Yeah, and both of them crucially are pretty equal in terms of ERS as well.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the 2 second we were all expecting.
Yeah, I think slight bit of desperation, that would perhaps be another warning, and that would be another one. So I'm not sure how many penalties Assassin's going to end up with. But at least if he gets the overtake done on track, he can actually brag that he got him on track.
That's the more important part. That's all I care about.
Some consolation.
We let the people in the ties and the white shirts decide the rules, but let's just. He gets the cut back. He gets a much better exit, a 10th.5. He's running low on ERS. Takes the inside line. How hard will Aakash really fight this? Man, what is it? Okay. He gets through. The Ferrari gets through on track, and now the stewards can try and intervene if they want to intervene. But the Ferrari gets through, and Aakash has only one sector to get back at him, and it's not really a high overtaking sector, so.
No. Yeah, I think Assassin did everything that he could. Oh, fantastic.
Well, that is the first overtake that we've seen on track in Pace-Off, which...
Thanks to a Ferrari.
Thanks to a Ferrari.
But sadly, I think he's lose out on track penalties. Yeah.
While I agree with you, that is a bit disappointing. That was a good race to watch.
That was a great race, yeah.
One very bright but short, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. A 1:04.5, that was some blistering pace from Assassin. Yes, he did have that double DRS, but nothing to take away from the fact that he also had to make it
absolutely
overtake.
Rapid, absolutely rapid.
1:04.5 is top tier 1 pace.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow.
Taking
so
another
where are
look
we
at
with the round of 16? So we've got RB Farello and SD.
This, my friends, is probably the closest matched fight we are seeing today, at least that I'm aware of. RB Farello has picked up...
Well, there's going to be Moto and Carry at the end, I think.
I definitely think Moto is... He was on course to win the Tier 1 championship until a couple of retirements here and there. And yeah, Helium and him really were very well matched for the title. I don't know if we need the coin toss yet, but I'm gonna wait for some representative from the coordinator team to be here. Okay, Couple is here. Couple's coordinating the event from the admin team.
Go ahead, mate. We're all waiting for it. Let's go.
Perfect. So let's just do the coin toss and see who ends up being on pole. So it is heads, and that gives us RB Farello, who's going to be on pole for this race. Yep, so just coming back to what I was saying, Moto is a very, very strong Tier 1 driver, and he's not just a Tier 1 driver, he's probably, along with Helium, the quickest in Tier 1. But let's come to that race when we eventually see it.
When we do, yeah.
Yeah. For RB versus SD. SD, second driver or third driver in IRC history. Years of league racing and open lobbying experience. And we have RB, who's the reigning Tier 2 champion. He is getting better and better every single day. I mean, I think if you actually look at RB's pace, he would probably fit into somewhere in the top midfield in Tier 1. If not,
I agree.
Podium.
I agree. It would be assists that he uses, perhaps.
Yep, I think both drivers are in the lobby. To give you an update on the cars, we have SD in his Idols Mercedes, and we've got RB the RB, or the Red Bull. So that's a pretty straightforward, predictable car choice.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Have we had the coin toss, by the way?
Oh yeah, it's RB on pole.
RB on pole, sorry. Okay.
Good morning.
I think the drivers are in.
Yep, drivers are
Yeah,
ready for
let's
them to
switch
ready
to...
up. It's going to
Okay.
take some time to load in, but
Predictions, lads. Who do you think is going to take it? It's a very tight one, but what do you guys say?
I'm not allowed to favor some anymore. Only when they're in a Ferrari. That's the
Shall we switch
Exactly.
to the...
So
Oh, there we go.
it's just a prediction then.
okay. Fair. I think it's RB. He's gonna retain. It'll be very close.
I think it's going to be ST.
Oh, I like it split. Lovely stuff.
That's couple.
Let's see
I
what
think
comes
you're,
out.
you're,
I think
you're
it's dry conditions right now.
I think couple if you have one each, state your name and then hold your peace.
I think there's always the fifth amendment, right? So I'm gonna take that.
Fair enough. Sit on the fence. And we have 4 lights, 5 lights. The Red Bull will lead us off for now. But the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton has had a great start. I'm just kidding, it's real SD. And SD is wheel to wheel already into turn 1. RB goes for the cutback, and what a beautiful cutback it is.
Yeah, I believe this is going to be wheel to wheel all the way through. Definitely
We've
looking forward
already
to
had
this
2
one as we...
overtakes.
Yeah, 2 overtakes by the time we get to turn 3. So the Mercedes takes the position back up the hill, going through turn 3 down to turn 4 now. Will RB decide to have a bit of a lunge here? He thinks about it, I think, but he thought better of it.
Oh, hold on a
A
second.
much better exit. Much better exit from RB coming out of turn 4.
RB seeming to love these cutback lines.
I think that corner there, the exit of that, that's where it catches the drivers, the track limit warnings.
Yeah, because
Just getting slightly more on the throttle, getting deeper into
because
the corner.
it's so difficult to be patient on such high speed corners. You want to get onto the throttle a little bit earlier, especially when you have so much pace. But RB's going for it again. SD hugs the inside.
Yeah.
RB goes for the switchback. SD moves twice. A Steward has moved twice in the braking zone. He leaves.
Yep.
He leaves the room. He leaves the room around the outside for RB.
This is a drag race into turn 4. Look at that side-by-side action. Nobody's giving an inch to each other, pushing him all the way to the curb, squeezing him like Hamilton did on Albon, but he comes out of it alive.
Well, it's rare seeing a
now.
Mercedes.
I fear RB might have been using quite a lot of ERS through that lap. Do you want to switch on board with ST just to see where he is? Yeah, roughly 60%.
Yeah, it's about a
60-40,
10%
yeah.
difference, and there's only 1 lap left. I don't think ERS is going to play that big a part of it. Because technically, as long as you're through by turn 4, there's not too much more of an overtaking zone. And RB's been close enough without DRS. What's going to happen with DRS? So as they come through turn 1, the gap is about 3/10. RB gets a bit tail happy on exit. Can he go
Is
for
he going to
that
make the
dive?
move here, or will he stay back and hope for the move coming out or getting into turn 4? I think he's going to do it in turn 4. Much better exit compared to the Mercedes coming out of
He's
turn
opting
3.
not to get
ST
this.
defending that inside line, moving slightly across. A bit of weaving once again, but I think that wasn't more than 2 moves. The comeback line for RB Forello once again going wheel to wheel, getting into turn 6. Mercedes just closes the door, but RB on the outside line has much better traction.
You know what?
Slightly throttle happy.
I think it was just the contact model. I think they made a little bit of contact with from the rear right of STs to the front left of RBs. You know what? That move was always optimistic, but it needed to be done. He's giving us some donuts. RBs, you put on a great fight, my friend. That was some. Honestly, it's so rare to see such great hunting by a driver, trying every single line, trying multiple different cutbacks, trying around the outside, down the inside. You have so many different approaches you could take, and RB threw everything at SD.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree at all. This was a fantastic race. Some question marks on the number of moves into turn 3 for the Mercedes, but I think there isn't a gap. There isn't enough of a distance between these two guys in terms of whether there was a penalty that could change the position or give the place back to RB.
Yep.
Because obviously of the spin and the contact on the final lap.
I agree with you. It's that was a shame, but that was also RB's last overtaking opportunity. Which, if he didn't go down the inside of that corner, he was out of ERS, and I think.
I think he was going to have him on the outside going downhill there. That could surely.
Yeah, I think SD played that very, very well, tactically speaking, because he left RB more than enough room on the curbs, but it was on the curbs, so SD could get onto that power a little bit earlier, and I think the inside line gave him the space on track.
Fair enough. Well, there you go. This is exactly what we were speaking of before this race. Why this event or events like this with races like these are exciting, because we don't get to see this in the normal sort of championship in the tiers. SD and RB would never have come together last season.
I'll tell you what, Blacksheep. If there was a battle like this for 5 laps in a 50% race, the stream would have been considered entertaining. And we are privileged enough to be filled with 8 into however many, all these 16 drivers going at it against each other. So I'm really enjoying this.
Indeed, and folks are loving it as well. That was mind-blowing stuff. Let's keep the ball rolling with
the next race is Inc versus 5Zan. Inc has gone through. So it's Moto versus Carry, the race we've all been waiting for. Obviously here the coin toss is going to be, I'm going to say less important, but it's still going to be important nonetheless. And it is heads, which means, again, that's a third time in a row. Are we sure this is fair?
Well, it has to be.
We'll have to get this checked, but yeah.
So it's Moto versus...
This is going to be an interesting one.
Yep.
Primarily because Carry has not played F1 2021 since the group stages, so he's not really well versed. I hope he's been practicing a bit.
Do you want to ask Moto if he wants to swap into P2 to make it more interesting?
That's a little extra bit, I would say. So let's leave it out of it for now.
Moto's a great sport. I think he'd be up for the challenge. Anyway, that's fine. That's okay. Just a bit of match fixing here by the commentators. That's completely normal.
That's completely normal. You may see one discrepancy. He will probably be General Pepe, aka Carry, will be bearing my name in the race. He's actually jumped into my account because he couldn't be bothered to actually own F1 2021.
Oh my God. I hope no Steam admins are watching this. The entire. Yeah, but. Oh well.
So yeah, it's you. What a lovely viewers then you would be seeing is Moto versus Couple A6, and I believe Carries in the Alfa Romeo and Moto obviously in the Haas. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
So that's
okay. Well, finally some different cars. Everybody's just been going for the Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Mostly the Red Bull and the Mercedes. Is it the effect of the last season? I don't know.
I think it does play a huge part. It does play a huge part. Like back when I used to league race, I'm trying not to sound 100, but back when I used to league race, I chose the Renault because that's what I was used to. But it's 5 lights, the Ferrari in P2, the Haas in P1, Moto.
In the wrong source.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not streaming.
There we go. The Haas leads into turn 1, holds position, but Carry is extremely close. He is getting closer and closer and closer. Goes down the inside, but he goes very deep.
Yeah, the Haas just gets the cutback done. The old switcheroo, as David Croft would say. But they're wheel to wheel. The Ferrari and goes straight on. I guess breaking points are perhaps not.
I wish you could have a replay there, but it seems.
Did he lock up or did he just miss his breaking point?
What I think happened was both their front wheels touched into the braking zone, which probably
Oh, was there
led.
contact? Okay.
I think there was slight wheel rubbing, not contact, but Moto's backed off because I think there was a bit of contact. And this is what I was saying, Moto's a great sport. So now all of a sudden we have a race back on our hands.
Yeah, fantastic. And this is only lap 1 of 3, so we've got 2 more laps of this to go. It's like deja vu, lap 1. So the Ferrari, once again, tucked right behind the Haas, goes in deeper to this corner.
Once
I
again.
don't believe there was any contact this time around. Let's get some of the telemetry up.
Oh, I was
so
trying to keep some mystery into the
ERS
ERS. Oh, Carry carried a lot of speed into that's a tongue twister, into turn 3 there. Like, I have never seen people go so quick on entry, but hugs the curve perfectly. I think, yeah, he's back on form now. So now all he needs to do is the gap. What is the gap we've seen for an overtake? About 3/10, 3.5 tenths?
I'd say 4.5 to 5 tenths is also doable. Yeah, turn 1, if you're about half a second or so behind, I think you should be okay. And Carey's done much better than that. He's only 3.5 tenths going into the final lap with these guys. I think he ran slightly wide coming turn 10. But yeah, lap number 3, heading up to turn 1. 4 tenths is the gap. And let's see if the Ferrari mounts an attack going up to turn 3 here.
It's going to be an ERS dump from here on out. I think Carey's going to go for this. I think he's going to go for this.
No, I think he's going to be patient.
He's got another...
defending that inside line. The Ferrari, one last attempt, I believe. The door is wide open. Thank you very much. As if the red carpet was laid out for the red car. Moto had a bit of a run, the switchback line out of turn 4, but I think the Ferrari's done it.
Can I, to be perfectly honest, that was reminiscent of Valtteri Bottas 2018, giving Seb a lifeline in Bahrain.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not over until it's over. So you got 2 corners to go.
Oh no, he spun it. He spun it.
Yeah, it wasn't over until it was over.
The champion of IRC Pace-Off is done and dusted in the first round of the finals. What is happening?
So, a guy who doesn't even own the game has basically knocked the reigning champion off.
Right? Shit. That is... I think that's the first big upset of the day.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we still have to go back to Saai and Tanish, right? That could be another one. But I hope Tanish has got things in order now, and he is able to race.
Okay, I don't want to put any conspiracy theories here in terms of the pace, but the fastest laps of the day so far have been by Aakash Sonawane and SSJassassin. Yes, SSJassassin was with DRS throughout, but I think we have another contender for the finals and for the victory today in Aakash. What do you think?
I agree. I mean,
I think it's still way too early doors because the next set of tracks are all different. So just because he's good at Austria doesn't mean anything for the rest.
True, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kapil. These are now going to be 5 lappers, right? Round 2 and then the semi-finals onwards.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
Yeah, so you don't just get one lap of DRS. You get 3 laps of DRS.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Let me just quickly check on Tanish.
I was just going to ask, do you know if they're ready, or are we having a walkover for Saai? Because
I think this is a good time to check if check the actual stream, if just to pick up on what people are saying, if there are any questions or any specific remarks about anything. Not surprised to see there's still a Max versus other people arguments going on here too, but fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Well,
this is the last of the round of 16. We're going back to race number 4, Tanish versus Sai. This is just to recap your memory because due to technical issues, Tanish was not able to have his wheel calibrated into the game. So I hope he sorted that out.
yep, we are in the lobby right now. I'm just going to stream the game now, and I think we're good to get started.
Fantastic.
We're going to have a quick intermission between the different rounds. So we're going to have about a 3 or 4 minute break, but we have 4 lights, 5 lights. It's a Red Bull and the Alpha this time around. We have Tanish in the Alpha, Saitaran in the Red Bull, but the Alpha has a better start, I think. But Tanish is just not close enough to go for a move, and he's already spun it.
We are not resetting or restarting this again.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
understandable.
Yeah, obviously. I
Yeah.
mean, there's only time does play a major factor, and I think we are going well into the day right now. So, Saitaran's no sympathies for Tanish. He's off.
Well, why would they
he
be?
is not
Of
sticking
course.
around like Moto did.
course.
He is going to learn a lesson from Moto and not do what he did, and then keep on driving.
Well, he just has to keep it clean and keep it steady. Doesn't even have to push right now. But you know what? This could still be exciting if he has a bit here or there.
I actually want to get Moto into the commentary to help to just ask him what his opinion of the inside line is and why he has had a
So Moto's so post this race, we're gonna have Moto, Assassin, RB, and
Tanish
yeah,
now,
I
I
guess, and Streeter if he's still around, and obviously Tanish as well
unless
for
of
the
course
losers race.
I think so,
Is that
Tan-
another spin?
Yes.
oh Saitaran's
Is that
waiting.
another
Saitaran's
spin?
waiting. Hold
No,
on.
Saitaro is waiting. Yeah.
I think we have a race on our hands.
Watch. No, Sai. No, Sai. This is so not right.
He's not
This
waiting
is-
that much. Oh no, he is.
Well,
He
he is.
is.
Wow.
He is. Oh no. If he
So
loses,
a lifeline
I'm
has
gonna.
been thrown. Sorry, go
Yes,
ahead.
I go.
Go ahead.
No, if he screws this up, I'm gonna make sure that he never steps foot into tier 2 or tier 1.
Well, I'm guessing he's smart enough to like let him approach, but but not get him under 1 second, hopefully.
So like
so that-
holding
so
a
that-
carrot
so that-
right in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. So he can argue it out and say, you know what, I would enough to you to allow you to catch up. But I don't think
He's
good
got
enough
DRS. Tanish
to
has
get
DRS.
But
now.
he is under the second. Having said that,
Oh, fair enough. A bit too generous, I guess. I wouldn't have done that. No way. All right, okay. So 9/10 is the gap. Tanish goes wide once again. This is not turning out to be his day so far.
Well,
I think he's
Tanish
got
can
one
be brave
corner
on the
to go.
brakes. Not that brave. Not a second's worth.
Yeah, I think he's too far back.
Yeah, he is.
Still.
And he didn't have the best of exits either. Well, the point. I think the point of this exercise by Saitaran was to get us excited for a quick second.
Yeah, you know what? He's done well, and he now can brag and say, "I allowed you to get close, but you still couldn't overtake me."
Yeah.
This is going to be frustrating for Tanish.
It's so close. But Tanish is actually really hugging on to this. I don't think it's over. One more lap. Oh, no. Our man has his own interpretations of track limits.
Yep. Yeah, somehow that was more entertaining than I thought it would be.
Yes. We were already looking forward to the round of quarterfinal, no, semi-quarterfinals. We were already looking forward to the quarterfinals when Saitaran stepped on the brakes. But
Yeah.
let me tell you something. The two fastest drivers from the day. Now I do understand DRS plays a part in this, but the two fastest
Yeah.
drivers in terms of lap times have both been knocked out. We've had Aakash Sonawane and SSJassassin, where SSJassassin did a 104.5, which was the
6, I
fastest.
think.
I think 5 and Aakash Sonawane did a 105.6, but either way,
Okay.
both are very impressive. And we have Tanish who's done a 104.9. Both these drivers have been knocked out.
Yes.
We keep talking about pure pace, pedal to the metal sort of racing, but
Well, one lap pace is irrelevant, right? Especially when you're
I
trying
mean,
to
when
make
you
a
have
move on somebody.
I would argue when you have only 3 laps, 1 lap pace is bloody important. That's 1/3 of your entire race time.
No, what I'm trying to say is that having the quickest lap time has nothing to do with making an overtake. You could spend a lot of time fighting, and that could take away from your 1 lap pace, as you put it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Right. Couple, you with us?
No, he isn't. I think we're moving
Okay.
on. He's busy with setting up things for the next stage. So this allows us to have a bit of a break. It would have been good to get a sense of how long they would be.
I'm just gonna
But we can wait it out.
let them know we need a 3 to 5 minute intermission, so we can get ourselves ready for the quarters.
Yeah, and this is going to be at Silverstone, 5 lappers from now on. So.
Oh yes, the best.
And Silverstone is a track where, yeah, you can have a lot of overtaking.
I am
a
so
lot of
glad.
Fighting.
I am so glad we're done with Austria. But anyway, folks, we're gonna take a brief intermission. We're gonna be back in about 3 to 5 minutes for the quarterfinals.
Hey lads, what's up?
We are taking an intermission, couple. I know we are on. I mean, stream can still hear us, but we are on intermission. But we're gonna take a few minutes off just to recuperate and get some refreshments, and then we can go with the quarterfinals.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we're not there yet. There is one more race for the quarterfinals.
Oh, really?
But yeah, we can certainly.
Well,
take a
so
break,
no,
yeah.
sure, no.
So,
Which race is it?
So it's at the end of every round, all the losers are going to be paired up together in a single race with one shot quali, 5 lappers, and they just duke it out so that we get a concrete ranking of who's where in the entire tree.
Okay, what are the
So now it's got to be.
I think we need a more important question covered. What are the stakes for this?
Stakes is the bragging right that you're not last in your group, or at least you made it to the end of the first round rather than get knocked
so
out.
there's nothing tangible. All right, okay.
I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, you already lost, so we're already throwing you a bone with a chance to drive and race a little bit more.
Okay, good.
You know.
Yeah. I think the stakes are rare.
Oh, okay. Well, considering they've all lost, I think they are well done.
Yeah.
So let's see who's in the lobby for today. Couple.
They don't seem to have joined.
Couple, walk us through the grid.
Yeah. Well, the grid is based on the qualifying, isn't it?
No, I'll walk us through not the grid order, just who's racing. I'm assuming not everyone from the bracket is actually going to be available, so we always have at least one person in these lobbies, one person missing.
Yeah, you've got Assassin, Moto, Tanish here already. Yep. I think we're missing a couple of other guys. I can't remember who.
Are you in the lobby? Are you?
Me?
Yep, you.
Me? I'm not. No.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the game anymore.
It's pure fate that I actually have the game. I wasn't supposed to, so I recently wiped my entire system to clean Windows install. But for some reason, I had transferred 2021 to my hard drive just before I did that. So I only wiped my primary drive, which is my SSD.
Yeah.
So so the moment I opened Steam, SD asked me if I could stream, and I said, you know what, I have to reinstall the game again. It's going to take a while. I could be able to stream, but let's see. And then the moment I opened Steam and installed it, I saw F1 2021's installed. So I think it was destined for me to actually stream today.
Fair enough. And might I say, what a great of it.
It wouldn't be the same without you. No.
Thank you. Do you want to go over the order? Let's just bring back the so that gives us the sense of or an idea of who it might be. If you want to switch over to the races we have with the names of the drivers.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I know 3 of them are in the lobby.
Were you saying switch over to the bracket or the game? Sorry.
Oh, no, here. Sorry, this one. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
looking at the
okay.
actual stream. So we got Assassin, we got Moto, and we have RB in the lobby. I think we were waiting for Tanish. Oh, there was Tanish. We were waiting for RB. And then there's going to be Streeter, perhaps. Okay, so RB and Streeter are the 2 guys we're waiting on.
Okay.
Not sure if Streeter is joining. Will be good to see.
You know what? Actually, one person we didn't speak about, because, well, we didn't see him race, but that doesn't mean he's not there, is Helium. He's the reigning Tier 1 champion, and
well, we'll see him.
And his strongest competitor, at least throughout the course of the team. I'm not saying strongest competitor right now. The best thing about Pace-Off is we see lots of new drivers popping up, but in terms of pure pace. But in terms of his main rival throughout the season, Moto, has been knocked out.
Okay, can I one request? Let's reserve these conversations about going into the next stage when we get there.
We're gonna run out of dialogue.
Things to talk about. Correct.
Yeah,
so,
I think all the drivers are in. Yeah, we're going to be starting very soon. I think RB's just we forgot to tell the drivers who had lost to stick around. So Streeter and RB had just said goodbye, and they just went with their very business. And yeah, we just got them back, so we should be ready to go in a couple of minutes. So in a way, you did get your intermission.
Oh, we're still gonna have a break in between the two.
All right. I think you can go right now. I think this would be about the point that everybody gets. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff happened in the group stages. I will reserve that. I think SD is through, and so is Logesh. That was a very interesting battle that they had. So unfortunately, in the group stages, Logesh and SD's group, the rest of the folks, so it's a group of 5 folks. The rest of the drivers were all no-shows. So it was just a single battle between the two, where Logesh had the upper hand with respect to the track selection. And little did we know that Logesh is a Imola merchant. I mean, he's been grinding the game very hard in 2021, and the battle has been fierce. So Logesh in many ways is like Dan from Tier 2 with his ridiculous pace. Maybe he doesn't have the same consistency as the actual champion, but they've got just tons of raw pace. And on Friday, we witnessed an absolute annihilation of SD. SD was absolutely nowhere in the scenes. Logesh was taking lines like you could an inch further and he would be on the sand. Like it was textbook, like absolute complete use of the track, and it was an absolute joy to watch. I think Blacksheep, you were in the VC at the time, and you were having a look because it was simply supreme driving. So Logesh is right now on another level, and he's one guy you can definitely not throw out of the woods, but it's going to be a lovely battle. I think everyone's gearing up. Mara, let's jump into the action. We've got a one-shot quali, and let's see how it goes. Track conditions for the quali. You know what it is for the race.
I don't know who to spectate, so I'm just gonna be watching whichever driver is currently P1.
That would be fair. We would see the cleanest lines. What's your predictions for this one, lads?
Well, difficult. I think they're all going to be fighting it out, right? Nobody wants to be at the bottom of the table.
More obvious statement has not been made in this stream so far. Yeah, right. I think Assassin is taking an early lead, sending it. You saw how quick he was. is desperately trying to get it. Moto really has to get back into the groove because
I think Moto had
he's already
an
been
awful turn 3, going by how I saw his car turning in.
It is Tanish in the Mercedes and Assassin in the Ferrari, who are heading up the grid right now.
very, very close stuff.
Yeah,
Look
a
at the
final
grid
sector to go.
lines.
I think Assassin's just invalidated.
Assassin.
Yeah, he has.
And so is Moto, for that matter. So, who's going to be taking the
I think that
reins?
ideally, couple, there should have been a losers bracket. Wow, okay. There should have been a losers
We did
bracket
have a losers bracket yesterday.
where I think 7 of the there should have been maybe 7 cars or events for the semis or whatever. Oh no, wait, what am I saying? Basically, the winner of the losers bracket should be allowed to stay in the competition.
Yeah, that's a little. That's a little much. Because if you're out, because we've already done the group stages. Yesterday we had the entire same program.
Alright, couple, I'm going to interrupt you there for a quick second, folks. We are going to start with the quarterfinals in a few minutes. What we're going to do now?
No, we are not, because the race is about to start, Mara. It's going to be a 5-lappers. That was just the qualifying. It's the continuation of the same race. That was just to set the grid.
Oh,
That
shit.
was the qualifying.
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay. That's just in time for lights out. And we have a very fast-paced Moto coming through the grid from the back. And we have a spinning Ferrari.
Yeah, a very ambitious Ferrari before a spinning Ferrari.
So far, it's Tanish
All right,
comfortably
take it
in the
away,
lead.
gents.
Tanish comfortably in the lead. And RB and Street are just helping him out, forming basically a wall behind him, and Moto's just stuck behind that. The more they fight, the more Tanish essentially has time to pull away, which I'm going to go on board with Moto. Just watch this fight happening in front of him. It's a great POV to watch this battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wall of tier
RB
2
goes deep,
drivers.
but Moto can't take advantage of anything.
Way down the inside into turn 9. Will he make a stick? He's going to use all of the track, completely disregarding Streeter there. And then he gets the move done, moving into P3. And we've got 4 more laps. And Tanish already has a 1.5 second gap. But look at the ERS dump from Moto. He is not sticking around, going around the outside. Makes it beautifully done. And
I don't think that was the best
finally,
overtake to
again,
make, because RB's going to come straight back at him. Let's see if he learns to defend
but
the
he's got
inside
a
this time around.
2-second. He's got a 2-second, which is going to completely hamper his race for the rest of it.
And
But
he's
now
had a
just
very
gonna
bad
be
exit.
on the hunt. He's going to stick it around the outside. Is he going to be able to make it move? Or Moto shut the door like Hamilton does? He's looking at it. But inches away, keeping it nice and clean here at IRC. And he keeps the position at the end of lap 2. The gap is kind of maintained right now. It's slowly coming down 1.1 seconds from Moto to Tanish. But that 2-second, the only thing that you can hope for is Tanish, with his lovely consistency, is going to come down to the same level as Moto. So that's something to watch out for.
I think
but
we can definitely expect.
Right now,
we can definitely expect Tanish to. I'm not going to say make a mistake, but definitely have some issues.
Want to have a fair race with Moto, so he'll probably inflict some self-damage or self-abuse for himself. But as it looks like, RB's right on the fringes of the DRS right now. I think he's got it. No, he did not get DRS. But the gap is kind of stabilizing at 1.2 seconds right now. I don't know what Assassin's doing in the background, but he's done and dusted. But the gap is fairly close. You've got a neat little train from first to fourth, as we expect. But Tanish just keeping his head above the water right now, just over that 1 second gap, and it's looking really good for him so far.
Yeah, a bit of a DRS train that we've.
Yeah, I was just going to say the biggest loser in this entire situation is Streeter. He hasn't had an opportunity to do pretty much anything this entire race so far. There's a yellow flag in Sector 2. I'm guessing it's the Ferrari of Assassin. I'm not going to watch this.
RB is low on ERS, so Streeter is going to be in the hot seat to bounce.
And he runs
goes
wide.
Really wide. Yeah. Interesting lines there by Verstappen, but Streeter unable to take advantage of it, neatly carrying that speed with RB to kind of save his position for this lap. But yeah, Tanish right now still looking in the hot seat to take victory.
Yeah, I think Tanish has got this in the bag. Unless we see any more penalties.
Well, even if he does get a penalty, he's over 2 seconds ahead of RB. So, and Moto already has a penalty of his own.
Another one.
That's another 2 seconds. And Dan is given up.
Well, Tanish with, for lack of a better word, the consolation prize.
So this is for P2, guys, right? This is for net P2 with Streeter overtaking RB. If it stays this way with penalties.
And Moto's red light is flashing as well.
And I've noticed Moto's consistently taking not that great exits coming out of that one. Time 3.
Streeter just made 2 overtakes in 2 corners. What a mad lad, he's gone up to P2. And
yeah, aren't you eating your words now?
Come again?
Mara. I was just going to say, aren't you eating your words now, Mara? Streeter being the biggest loser in this DRS train. Although he has now picked up a bit.
The Lord speaks through me.
Going side by side in the corner. Oh wow, that was some crazy stuff. 3 cars inches away from each other, dancing to the line. Is your first race.
I want to see the gap on track between these 3 cars. Can't have been more than a 10th.
That was a certified cars moment right there. 3 cars very wide into the finish line. But Tanish takes the victory. He's the best of the losers in the first finals in the round of 16. Great to see it. And we wish him the best for the next season as well. That was a bit action.
Well, Blacksheep. I think that was a great end to the first round of 16. Yep.
Of course.
We couldn't have asked for a better end to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick break, I think.
Yep. Get some water, get our voices replenished. What I will say is, I definitely think that like Moto and let's just go through the biggest disappointments or the biggest surprises of this round of 16, and then we'll log off and take a short break rather. We have Helium had a walkthrough. We had Logesh who's had a walkover as well, I believe. I'm not sure if it was a walkover, but we didn't catch these 2 on stream. So this is definitely a good fight for the round of for the quarterfinals. We had Streeter drop out to SlayaOnKeys, who's going up against Saai, who dropped Tanish out in the last round. Aakash Sonawane narrowly edged out SSJassassin to take on SD, who managed to beat RB Ferrello in the previous round as well. SD versus RB was, I think, one of the best races we've seen today. And we didn't catch Ink versus 5zan, but Ink did make it through. And finally, for the largest upset of the day, Carry has taken it through and will enter the quarterfinals to take on Ink. So we'll see you in a few minutes, folks, for the next 4 races or next 4 matchups. Until then, cheerio, I guess.
Stick around and take a breather.
So, welcome back, folks. We are ready, I believe, for quarterfinals. The lobby is up, and we have the next, I think it's 16? No, 8 drivers going at it with each other. The first race is going to be Logesh versus Helium. It's going to be Logesh in the Red Bull and Helium in the Mercedes. But let's actually do a coin toss and take a look at what the order for the grid is going to be. Couple, you ready to communicate the results?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So it is heads again. Is that the fourth or fifth one in a row?
This is
Yeah,
rigged. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe so too.
Yep. Okay, so it's going to be Helium on pole. It's going to be Helium on pole, and I'm assuming that it's going to be Helium in the Mercedes. Yes, it is. I have to spectate. Oops. Yep, there we go. So it's Helium in the Mercedes on pole and Logesh in the Red Bull second. So yeah, folks, it's going to be a good one.
Well, that's a surprise, isn't it? The Mercedes and the Red Bull again.
Oh yeah. Would never have expected it. It's almost like the entire 2021 season was based off that rivalry.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So Logesh, Kapil was talking about him earlier. We haven't seen much from him, or at least I haven't, but he seemed to be very, very quick the other day. So this is actually going to be a fairly interesting race for me, because I haven't seen much from him, and obviously going up against the Tier 1 champion, it can be quite saucy.
Yep. So this is going to be one 5-lapper.
Yeah.
So instead of having 1 lap of DRS, we're going to have 3 laps of DRS.
Yep.
It's going to be fun. ERS is going to play a much bigger part of these battles now that the race is extending beyond 3 laps, and more importantly, it's extending past Austria, because Austria is a very, very short track. Even though like it is 10 corners and you're full throttle and you can burn ERS a lot, Silverstone is, I think, right now in today's world about between 85 and 90% full throttle.
I think it's 76.
76. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's 76 in the new cars, 2022. I think in 2021 it was 85%.
Okay.
But either way, that's a lot of a lot of flat out. So drivers are going to have to be a bit more planned. Okay, I think we are in game. We are in lobby, and the race has started without any warning. I'm going to jump straight into it. Got here just in time. Helium. Oh, Logesh has just gone straight on, and he's in the wall. I think he's faced an issue with his wheel. Yeah, Logesh is definitely struggling with some issues.
Stand by. I will be back later. See what is happening.
Yep. Couple, see if you need to restart. Obviously, these are the quarterfinals, but
yeah. Well, so that's 2 cars recently we've seen going into that barrier.
Helium is slowing down. I think he may be allowing him to catch up or retire. They've both retired from the session. Okay. That's fair. I mean, that's so much better than just getting past it, isn't it?
Yeah, fair.
Oh well.
Yeah, so I think I was saying patience is going to be very, very important, because you don't just have one chance, especially at a track like Silverstone.
Yeah.
There are multiple overtaking opportunities around 1 lap, and then you have 5 of those laps, especially 3 of those with DRS. So yeah, I think not doing anything stupid, keeping it on track, making sure you don't get pick up warnings. We saw quite a few penalties and warnings at Austria with just 3 laps. So it'll be interesting to see what drivers do around Silverstone when you've got 5 of those. I'm pretty sure there'll be a fair number of warnings and penalties.
Yep. Especially in the dirty air, because the trailing car is going to have quite a few disadvantages. I think obviously you have dirty air, but then you also, and here's the biggest part about Silverstone, the straights, there's a lot of flat out, but the straights actually aren't that long. So you have to be a bit tactical in terms of getting a driver offline as well, and plan your overtake out a few corners ahead, which is another reason I really love Silverstone or racing on Silverstone.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
was an unfortunate incident, controller issue for Logesh, so we are restarting.
That's perfectly fine. Um, well, the
A
Mercedes
lot of racing yet to do.
Mercedes reliability
days.
plays a huge part. It has played a huge part in the many of the 8 world titles that have come consecutively. Oops.
All that reliability and he still couldn't get the championship.
Oh,
I
well,
wish SG was here right now. I'd love to have some banter with him.
when you're up against a better driver, it's a bit difficult, isn't it?
Some would say so.
Con-
Like Rosberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, the controversial statements do not have an end in the IRC commentary box.
Oh man, I miss the days of our podcasts. Nothing but net when it comes to controversy those days. I think Logesh is just sorting this issue out. We should be underway soon. So Mara, have you been playing the new game?
I
How are
bought the
you
game
finding
yesterday.
the new game? Okay.
I bought the
Okay.
game yesterday. And
Have you driven Miami?
no, I'm not gonna drive Miami. No. I think
It's just like last year when you just want to stay away from every new track until the end of the year, and then you
I'm not. I
give
mean,
that age-old excuse.
the only tracks I'm gonna the only time I used to drive the new tracks was back when I used to league race. So obviously I had to learn Vietnam in 2020, but in 2021 I do not think I've driven one lap of Jeddah, and nor am I gonna drive a single lap of Miami, because very honestly, not a great track layout.
Ah, come on! You're just being a muggle right now. It's a lovely flowing track.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, well, I'm gonna refrain my comments on what I really feel about where the track is based, but let's just say that it's a bit more complicated to make circuits which aren't going in one circle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm
I
joking.
see how it is.
I'm joking.
Throwing the shades right where I'm from. I like that. I like that. Alright, you can finally switch. I think the drivers have readied up.
The drivers have
Finally.
readied up. Okay, we are both in lobby. I mean, they're both in lobby. I'm waiting for them to ready up. But yeah, we're finally getting off to what I believe are. Look, at the end of the day, pure pace does not make good racing. The drivers need to be equally matched. So I'm not going to say it's the best race of this round, but it's definitely one of the quickest. But hopping into the game, I love that grandstand at Silverstone. It's one of the best grandstands around there.
Where do you see a grandstand?
Are you watching my stream? Not the grandstand, the main paddock area.
The
sorry.
pit building.
The paddock
Okay,
area.
yeah.
My bad. Yeah. Well, the drivers have added their setups. They're good to go. It's once again the Mercedes on pole, the Red Bull in P2. Let's hope the Red Bull can make turn 1 cleanly. Looks like we're off to a good start. Logesh slots in straight behind. I'll tell you something. From the initial views, it looks like Logesh broke a lot later into turn 3 than Helium.
It did look like that. He's able to stay close, tucking behind the Mercedes for now. It's wise to be patient, obviously. No point attacking straight away, because then the other guy gets DRS.
You know what happened the last time Red Bull tried to overtake a Mercedes into Stowe? Not into Stowe, into Cops,
yes.
sorry. Nowhere close enough for that right now. But hot on Helium's tail. See, this is what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
I think the Red Bull just appears to be so rapid, just waiting to pounce, I think.
I have to say, Logesh has been really precise on his lines. But it goes back to what we were saying earlier, where Silverstone is a really fast track, great to drive on. But the straights are just that 150 meters too short.
Yeah, or maybe the cars have become faster over time. That's
No,
what
for
you're
sure. No, I just think that it's easy to like hug the inside and maintain track position. But these are experienced drivers. In order to make an overtake, you have to plan your overtake a few corners in advance usually.
Yep.
So Helium leads us into the second lap, going on to the Wellington Straight. It's about 4/10, but Logesh is not really burning much of his ERS. He's still at 80. I think, but Logesh has burned about 10% more. So, does Helium just have the little bit more pace in the bag?
I don't know. It could be dirtier as well. You know, it's easier for Helium to get out of these corners. But I suppose Logesh is using that a little bit of push to just on the exits just to stay with Helium. But they've both got plenty in the tank. And then he's going to have a bit of helping from DRS too come next lap round. If he's able to stick around with Helium by the end of this one.
I love this camera angle. You really see how much the cars... And when you're actually sitting in the car and you look at the telemetry, it's so fast through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. What is... Helium having a bit of a tail wag at Logesh. Is that an open challenge? Is that mockery?
Maybe a bit of breaking the slipstream at the end of lap 2. So now we've got DRS on. Helium takes the fastest lap. Logesh is now just under 5/10 behind.
This is where the tactics really begin. Do you, as the lead driver, just stay and stand your ground, not using any of your ERS, not caring about your position for now, or do you strive to kind of push the limits a little further, using a bit of ERS to make sure that Logesh behind you uses as much as possible to stick it with him, because there are still 2 more laps to go, and having a look at how it's going right now, it's definitely going to go down to the last sector. The question remains, what is Helium going to do right now in the next DRS the DRS zone, and will Logesh be smart enough to fall for it, or what's going to be running through his mind? He could easily just right now overtake. He is dumping right now, is under 50%, so it definitely looks like Helium's up the ante. So I think the advantage right now stays with Helium, but a single mistake could bring Logesh right into the mix.
Yeah, Helium appears to be comfortable with this. Still not burning a lot of ERS, and even though Logesh has DRS with him, he seems to have used up quite a bit of energy on that lap, I think. Yeah, there you go, Helium still with 75%. But Logesh is that much closer this lap. Just slowly picking his way through the gap. Could this be an opportunity for the Red Bull? Helium goes in a little bit deeper, trying to cut off that outside line for Logesh. Has seemed to work out for him, but Logesh has that much better exit coming out of Luffield. Now the Mercedes is under a bit of pressure. Weaves around a little bit to break that going into that right left.
Logesh is absolutely stuck with him right now.
Yeah, this could really be the opportunity. If he doesn't mess up the exit here, which he appears to not have, this could be it for Logesh, getting the move done here.
He's not using any of his ERS. I love seeing moves into the final chicane. Oh, that is so close. I was just in awe of a millimeter of space between the two drivers. That is extremely well measured between the two of them. And we're into the final lap, folks. The Red Bull hot on Helium's tail. Don't forget, the DRS detection point is around here. He stayed behind him. And now, down the inside, crucially, Logesh has DRS down the straight. He's definitely close enough. Helium's hugging the white line on the inside.
Oh, that
Logesh runs deep. Logesh has run deep.
No.
And that's given Helium another lifeline.
Yeah, but
how much ERS does Helium have right now?
They both are below 50 or around. Logesh is much lower, but it's the last lap. Both of them can essentially dump all of their ERS and they'll be fine.
That is going to go down to the wire. He's so close. You could put probably a rope.
Oh wait, Logesh has had a bad exit. That's going to cost him. Yeah, that's going to cost Logesh a lot. He's had a bad exit on the final lap. He's done maggots, Beckett's and Chapels perfectly 4 times over. On the last lap, he's just seemed to be slightly off on the exit of Chapel, and that extra 10.5 has cost him down the final straight. So as Helium heads onto the Hamilton straight, that is race over, and nose to tail for 5 laps. A maximum gap that I've seen of 7/10 through these 5 laps has been probably the closest race we've seen of the day. So great job to both these drivers. And while it does say Logesh driver of the day, unfortunately only one measure actually counts, which is that P1 for Helium. Blacksheep.
Yeah, shame for Logesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, when you take the exit of Luffield and it's basically flat out, right, through Cops, and it's playing on your mind, you know that's the last opportunity off the final lap. The only thing on your mind is get through Maggots and Beckett's, get a fantastic exit, and it just, I don't know, sometimes it can work the other way. The pressure of that is just, it can go the other way, I think, and I think that's probably what happened. He was able to just stick to the tail of Helium for 4 laps in a row. Probably even, you could argue, had opportunities lap 1, 2, and 3. Lap 4 he was much closer too. But leaving it all to the final lap, and then it just becomes too much.
It's just too much pressure for a driver, because he made one crucial mistake, and that cost him the entire race. He definitely had it on lap 4 into Stowe, but he just turned his ERS off. If he had burned, I think, about 5% more, he would have been about half a car length, 3/4 of a car length in front of Helium. And
I actually think he could have been a little bit more aggressive there. He could have gone deeper into Stowe and held on to the outside line if he wanted to.
The outside line, and even what's the final chicane called? But either way,
Vale.
Yeah, even into Vale. I think he had the outside turning into the inside. He couldn't quite hold it there. He just couldn't quite hold it around the outside.
Yeah, it kind of gave me the impression that he was just trying to be overcautious.
You know what? That really separates a good racing driver from a great racing driver. A great racing driver, you can put them anywhere on the track, put them offline, and they just have a mental map in their mind as in terms of what the optimal lines, what the optimal throttle inputs are. Obviously that comes with familiarity as well and experience, but yeah, I mean, just that little bit of racecraft, and I think I'm not saying he would have won, but he definitely would have gotten ahead on lap 4.
Well, he could have certainly put Helium under a lot of pressure going into lap 5.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not easy for any driver to follow. We've spoken about this before. It's not easy for any driver to follow, both psychologically and mechanically.
True.
So
Well,
our next
a
race.
smashing way to start the quarterfinals.
Yep, our next race is SlayaOnKeys versus Saai. Now this is going to be a good one. Let's see who's going to be on pole for this race. So let's figure that. In order to do that, let's go to the coin toss, and I'm going to wager it's going to be heads again. Oh my god. It is heads again. That's fantastic. So couple, if you could let them know, that'll be great. But that means Slayer is on pole for the next race. Whew. Predictions, Blacksheep.
No?
Anyone? Predictions?
Predictions. This is going to be difficult. I think SlayaOnKeys.
Okay. Is he actually on keyboard or is he?
I have no idea. I don't think he is.
He is definitely
he may
not.
have been. Okay.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the top boys. He's got insane raw pace. I think Blacksheep had a first-hand experience of this on Friday. So definitely no slouch of a character. And,
no, he certainly has pace. And yeah, I've had experience with
that.
Up.
Let me, folks, to put some context as to what that last comment was. Blacksheep actually made an attempt in the group stages. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't quick enough. I'm not saying
Bobby is up.
He wasn't. Oh yeah, we have 5 lights, and we're off just about. Second time in a row I've caught this right on lights out, so that's great timing by me, as usual. And we have Slayer in the McLaren and Saai in the Red Bull.
Two tier 3 drivers, they've been battling it out all season long. A very, very disappointing end from the McLaren team last season. Red Bull, along with the pairing of Saai and Logesh, have just been grinding out the season. Anytime you jumped on to Discord, you would see those two along with the McLaren boys, and just the commitment from tier 3 drivers to keep practicing and just keep getting. There was so much enthusiasm. It was quite intense and quite contagious in a way for these lovely drivers to be grinding the game all week long. And it's been a fantastic season. I would say a very dramatic and political season, if I may, for tier 3 last season, and it's just continuing here on the grid.
Political, interesting.
Yeah.
So
there was a lot of controversy going on. Yeah.
That's a very political statement. But so far, the man who knocked Blacksheep out, am I right? Blacksheep?
Well, that was my first race, so it wasn't exactly what caused the knockout, but yeah, he did win against me.
Okay, fair enough. One of the
I'm not going to go into what whys and why not, because I don't want to sound like excuses, so that doesn't matter.
I think we have some time. We'd love to hear your story on.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. So I uninstalled the game when the season was done. I installed it about an hour and a half before this event started, and in the meantime, I'd been playing F122, which is drastically different on throttle and feel and where the braking points are. So it took me about 3 races or 2.5 races to actually figure out once again or get used to these cars on 21. And I was genuinely perplexed. I was not catching up exits on the corner. I was like, how is this possible? This is just, I was genuinely every single, what is wrong with me? So yeah, there was that. So it was installed for a bit of, for 3 races, and then I uninstalled the game once again. So that was that.
Fair. Well, as of now, Slayer seems to be pulling away. Saai picked up a penalty to boot, so we are in what looks like, I don't want to say done and dusted, but definitely advantage Slayer at this point.
Yeah, I think as we just saw, they're going to Vale, Saai another corner cut. Just not consistently clean on track. That's another one there.
That was more than just the corner cut. But yeah, I mean, I think on lap 1, you were like, oh wow.
Yeah, I think I went twice, ouch and ouch, where just cut the entry into cops and then just went wide on exit.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. It's tough. It's a very high pressure environment. To have only one race and that's it. You're done. So it's, like I
No,
said,
but for now, Slayer doing everything right. I think Saito is just hoping it doesn't matter how many. You know, if I just put up a little bit of pressure and he makes a mistake and he's off the track, there is perhaps light at the end of the tunnel if that happens.
Have you seen that from a driver before? I just saw Slayer downshift on the exit of Cops. On the exit, not the entry.
Oh, okay.
It's odd, but it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
His car was really stable through there.
I think I know why, because exit of Cops with a bit of fuel. I'm not sure how much that is relevant in 5-lappers, but certainly in 25% or 50% race in this game, 8th gear just doesn't pick up the revs all the way through. You never see 8th gear maggots, if you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
if you wanna, you can downshift. I can see where he's coming from, perhaps into 7th gear and just get a bit more maneuverability into the car as you're going into those corners and see the rest through. Because perhaps it just doesn't sound right when you're in gear and it's not going up anymore.
I'll tell you what,
because it's slightly uphill, isn't it? Exit of Cops is slightly uphill.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. To make a similar comparison, I think Scythern is actually struggling a little bit with what you struggled with, the switch from 2022 to back to 2021, because the cars are way more have way more of a responsive front end in 2021, right, just because the regulations are different. And if you notice, he's just turning in early. Yeah. On a lot of occasions. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is a bit cleaner lap from him, and I think it's taken him a few laps to.
What's the opposite of a commentator's curse?
Commentator's gift, I guess.
I guess so. But yeah, I mean, he's on 1%. Unless there's an incident with Slayer, I do not see Scythorn getting back into this, especially with only 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, I think he's also on 2 more warnings at least.
Yeah.
Very close to a second penalty.
But let's also, oh my god, so, is it? Let's stay on board with Slayer this lap, because the only way he's going to lose is if he loses the car, which he's been incredibly consistent so far. So I doubt that's going to happen, but the race is in his hands.
Yeah, we got 2 sectors to go. This should pretty much be in the bag for Slayer.
Yeah. I think an idea for next edition's Pace-Off is to probably skip the coin toss and seed the drivers. So we'll see the drivers from 1 to 16, and you always put the lower seed in pole position.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about that?
Well, that's what they did in the first rounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think they switched to coin tosses from round of 16.
Yeah. So to
be honest, it does make sense to do that, on the initial stages. But once you've won some races and proven that you're quick, you should be able to just
absolutely
get a move on your own merit.
So Slayer rounds the final corner.
For Scythorn, but sorry, go
Slayer
ahead.
races down to the final corner and proceeds to the semi-finals in dominant form.
Pretty straightforward textbook stuff.
I have to say, someone needs to have a chat with Slayer about his avatar animation, which you're seeing in front of us right now.
Yeah.
It's a very, what's his name? Hrithik Roshan kind of pose. Well. Well, there we have it, folks. Scythorn departs the bracket, making it from the departs the bracket at the quarterfinal level. Slayer proceeds to the semi-finals, where he will face the winner. Give me a second. I'm not able to get back to. Oh yes, there we go. Where now, Slayer will face the winner. Will face Helium in the semi-finals. Our next race, another one we said we needed to look out for was Aakash Sonawane versus SD. We saw SD join the lobby just before leaving this, but now we need to see who is going to be on pole for the next race.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be cracking.
Yep.
Both are very, very quick, very close on track. Both tier 1.
Finally! Just finally! Oh my god, we have a tails. And that gives us the real SD who's going to be on pole for
Like
this
how
race.
the coin flip can sometimes become more exciting than the races.
Yes. Sometimes the races are a little more weighted than 50-50.
Of course. Naturally.
Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong. In F1 2022, now, there's a lot of engine difficulties that you can run into, right?
I have no idea. I haven't played anything that would
I have to say,
suggest that.
I
All I've
drove the
done is
game
some
for
time
about
trials.
I drove the game for about 30 minutes and I nearly uninstalled it. I feel like I do not know how to drive anymore. The handling,
Yeah,
yeah.
it takes a long time to get used to the handling, to understand where you need to brake, and
Not just
I
that,
think
how
that's why
you
the
need to
adjustment
brake.
between the two games. Yeah, exactly, where you need to brake, or even how quick you're turning in versus how quick you're not turning into corners. It takes quite a bit of time to get used to.
Yeah, I've been definitely feeling like a tier 0 driver. I mean, tier negative driver. And I don't mean that in a positive way. But yeah,
Thank you.
we are
Thank you for
looking.
that.
No, because typically you go tier 4, 3, 2, 1, and 1 is best, right? So if I say tier 0, it probably means that I'm a different level, which is not my intention.
Which you are. Which you
Not
are.
anymore, couple.
No,
Not
there's
anymore.
no need to be modest, Mara.
I think
It's alright.
of the three of us, I'm definitely the slowest driver. But it's not about my pace. It's not about your pace. It's not about Blacksheep's pace. It's about the real SD versus Aakash Sonawane at this point. It's two Mercedeses now. It's gonna be a bit unfair for whoever's in Bottas's car because that's not gonna be
Because traditions, yeah.
traditions. So SD leads us off, but I thought Aakash Sonawane had him at the start there. Aakash is really pushing him through tier turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close one. Coming out of turn 4, I think SD slightly tail happy, a bit eager on the throttle there. But I think he's got enough of a gap. This is only lap 1. Aakash has got a couple of laps at least to get a sense of what lines SD is taking, where he's braking, where he can kind of think of passing or creating opportunities or even just putting some pressure on. At the moment, he's doing the best he can. A couple of tenths behind SD. Both very clean, very measured. Don't see any erratic movements in the car, any funny lines, making the most of the track. A nice switchback line from SD. I think Aakash got a little bit understeer, perhaps the dirty air coming out of, what's that, Abbey, I think. Is that Abbey there? Or is that Chapel?
Chapel.
It's like, for me, it's like the both places of worship. I don't know which one is which. Could have been a warning there for Aakash, going slightly over the line.
I'll tell you what, SD's compromised his line quite significantly, and that's put Aakash right level with him.
Yeah, very difficult to hold the inside line through that chicane and then to start finish straight. So I think that's given a bit of a lifeline to SD.
I think Aakash could have braked a bit later. He left a lot of time on the table because SD had given him the entire outside, and that outside turns to the inside.
Yep, but you're taking a bit of a risk. You never know how whether there'll be contact and how that might affect you. Not knowing the contact model of this game.
It's so difficult to differentiate between the two drivers. I think if
primarily down to the fact that they're both in the same car.
Similar colored helmets, similar colored, and the numbers aren't very visible.
No, you're right. I think SD's put the pace in a little bit on this lap.
Yep.
Interesting to say what the ERS levels are. Yeah, SD is used a little bit more. But yeah, still in the lead. Aakash should be hoping to stay at least half a second or less. They're both going very wide.
I think these drivers,
on the grass.
we typically see drivers being too aggressive. I think today's drivers have been a bit too patient.
Yeah, you're right. You're actually right. Maybe it's the fact that it's just one opportunity, one race, and then you're out. So let's not take any risks. SD going deep into that corner once again, compromising the entire line through the chicane.
I think SD's definitely not driving his own race. He's definitely playing the driver behind him. But I'll tell you what, it's under it's just over 2/10 now, going on to the first Wellington. This is the Wellington straight, right? Yeah. Onto the Wellington straight. I think if Aakash wants, he could have the overtake here, but he's not using up any ERS. Again, another example of a driver. I mean, you say sensible, but time and time again, it's shown the driver in front has a huge advantage.
It's true. I mean, this is just the first lap. It's the first opportunity, first DRS opportunity. You don't want to just attack, or do you? Because if you do, and SD is no slouch, he's going to come back at you on the hanger straight, right? So probably fair enough for him to just drive out this lap and wait until you get onto the hanger straight, or wait for lap 4. That could be more sensible.
Yep. SC is definitely taking more aggressive lines through.
Yeah, certainly is.
But that's giving him a slightly better exit. He's going for it now. He's going for it now around the outside. Oh, a bit of wheel banging.
Yeah, well, obviously being aggressive there, not holding back there, Aakash, whatsoever.
But once again, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. ST's compromised his exit again.
Yeah.
And Aakash is not able to make the most of it.
Well, he has the opportunity now, I think. Getting out of turn, so this is turn 3. Getting out of turn 4 and 5 should give him DRS and the chance. He's always going in slightly shallow into this corner. I think that's compromising Aakash. SD's taking a slightly wider line on straight.
He's setting his car up for overtakes, but he's not burning his overtake.
He isn't, but let me tell you, he's a lot closer this time around, just over a 10th. This has to be the opportunity. He has to go for it now, and just get it done before he gets to the final lap. SD's. Did he compromise himself a little bit there? I don't think so.
A little bit, not too much. Oops.
Right, once again, Aakash switches over to the outside. SD can't push him wide anymore. He's hanging around. I think he's the car ahead, so he's going to be ahead on the track. Going into Club and Vale. SD, a last moment dive back, takes back the position. But obviously that's compromised his exit again, but you know, he's ahead on track. Final lap. How long is this going to go on for?
SD's given him. That was really intelligent by SD. He. Oops, sorry about that. I
don't think SD's gonna have DRS.
Yeah, SD broke just before the DRS detection point. Let's see if Aakash is late on the brakes this time.
No, he isn't.
I have to say,
SD cautious.
SD's definitely more aggressive in his driving style.
It certainly is.
And that's paying off, isn't it? That's exactly what I meant. Like, drivers are being too cautious, but ST's being a bit more old school, a bit more Ayrton Senna about the way he's going about this.
Well, this is all or nothing now.
Again, he's
still got 50%.
He's pushing SD through Maggots and Beckett's. And there's one final chance, 3/10. ERS dump, what's it going to be? ST's nearly on the grass.
That is very sensible from Aakash. Doesn't go as wide, doesn't give him the room.
Oh, ST's, I think that's going to be removed, but...
Yeah, I think that's going to be removed.
Oh, SC's. Oh,
Leaving no room there. Leaving no room whatsoever. Wow, great racing.
great racing. Very entertaining. I think this is going to be the first Stewards intervention of the day. I think. But let's take it.
I
I
think there
believe.
was anything to argue with there.
I think it's very fair wheel rubbing. Very fair wheel rubbing. But
Yeah, I think everything was good. Aakash, I think final lap, final corner, he probably rang a bell. He was a little bit aggressive finally,
yeah.
which he probably should have done a lot earlier. He should have done that a lot earlier.
Yeah. My
Look
only
at the
question.
difference in the fastest lap.
My only question here is:
Yeah.
was it Akash's corner before there was contact? I know it was just a little bit of wheel rubbing, but just to insert that little bit of drama into the equation, was it Akash's corner before there was contact? If that is the case, there is an argument for a steward's intervention, but I think it's clean aggressive racing.
Well, let's see. If they refer anything to the stewards, I'm hoping they come around.
Yeah.
Come around here so that people can see how we go over those incidents.
Yep. But Kapil, you're quite right. Only 100th or less than 100th between the two drivers for fastest lap. So definitely SD's races so far giving us a lot of entertainment with him versus RB and him versus Aakash as well.
And we're not even done with the quarterfinals. There's one more to go. This is just an event that keeps on giving.
I think there is something we refer to the stewards. I'm asking them to join this commentary box. Here we go. We got SD here. Hello.
Hello.
And we have Aakash. So we got both the drivers here. Guys, take it away. What's the issue?
Aakash, you can take it forward.
I thought it was fine. I think I couldn't see much more than the last corner. I couldn't see, so I don't know.
I'll give you my point of view. So, going into the whale chicane, we were side by side, and it was basically like Perez Leclerc, but there was a big sausage. So I had no space on my right. I barely just didn't cut the corner, and just we had we banked tires, and he just got pushed off. So I don't know. That's my take
Do
on
you wanna share your POV of this incident?
I have the recording.
Yeah, if you could, that would just help us alleviate the situation. Folks on stream, you are not going to be able to see this POV, but we're going to give you the updates.
But you can still re-watch it from the live stream on everything that transpired as
Give me one moment. Let me load it up in one. Aakash, will be nice if you have your POV.
I don't have my.
I think from a steward's perspective, we just need the trailing cars because that's where the
Yeah,
best-
I can.
Yeah,
I'm sharing my screen right now.
sure.
That was a great battle. Loved it. Just join my screen, please.
Yep.
I'm gonna press go. Aakash, you can join as well.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I got my penalty.
That's fine.
Do you want me to show it again?
Yeah, please.
From which part do you want?
Yeah.
From
I
the
Just
store
bring in
or
or exit of store.
exit?
Yeah, I don't see any issues here. Do you, Adu?
But
Um.
gonna point it out. So
Yeah, folks.
Are you? Let me just actually just roll
I
back.
mean,
here.
I
Are
had
you
no
off-
space on the right.
Can you get back onto the point? Yeah, exactly on the apex, in the first apex of Vale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at your throttle here.
I'm braking here. I did not push him. I had no space. So
I mean,
I
I'm
couldn't go anywhere
talking
else.
about how you got yourself into this position. Can you just, yeah, from here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm noticing you going over the track limits there. That's
I
my
was
only
off.
issue.
But I got pushed
Yeah.
there, right? I mean, I couldn't join the track there. The only way I was backing out here. Let's see if I broke here. Backing out here, but again there was no space.
I
on the
think
inside.
so. What I'm noticing is that before the contact, you're off the track. Before that bang of the wheel, so here, so you've already
I'm
started to
still not
turn.
off. Here I am.
Yeah,
Like
there you go.
if I had a bit more, I could have kept it on track, right? I had no space. Like I said, there is no way I could have kept it on track. You notice?
But what do you? Okay. At this point, Akash, if you just rewind a little bit, like rewind about 2 seconds. Yeah. At this point,
Do I lose the corner already?
yeah,
That's what you mean. I mean, I have the right
that
to
is
put it back.
that is my opinion. The entire point here is,
He didn't even get it 2 seconds because of this. He got it because of Stowe. But yeah, I mean, yeah, funny.
Well, I think the 2 seconds can come off. That wasn't his fault
Yeah,
at all.
2
I think that
seconds
was just
was
contact with
yeah,
you.
Yeah, 2 seconds was very harsh.
Yeah. So the penalty for Akash is okay. That can come. So from my point of view, my only issue is that you're able to throttle here, the way you did because you kind of knew that you would go off track and you'd be able to argue that there would be contact.
Okay, that's one way. The other way is like I knew that. See, I was not completely behind him. It's like halfway alongside here. If you still notice, still halfway alongside. Am I right or wrong there? So I was expecting him. So he was not going to push me wide, right? So that's what I was expecting. I was expecting him to see that I'm here and at least he would give me a bit of space, which I did not get any at all. Zero. So that's the main reason I'm out of it.
So my counter to that is at this point, if you pause here, if you just go between the two apexes, pause here. At this point, the other Mercedes does not come to the right. It actually opens up the corner for himself. So it actually, there you go. It's going to the left. And you're not simultaneously going to the left and sticking onto the track with it. You're simply going straight, throttling on straight, and that also causes you yourself to go off.
It's very,
So
very
the contact with him happens.
I'm sorry. Why did
See, the contact with him. My point is the contact with him occurs after you're already off the track. If you look closely here.
Pause here.
Sorry.
No, pause. Go back. Pause here. So he's already crossed the racing line all the way to the right side. It's more of a blocking maneuver. And
the racing line is also on the left. Yeah, true.
On the left, yeah. So he's already crossed it, and he's just straight lining the corner with an alternative line. And SD's not exactly behind the car; he's kind of like side by side with it.
So my main motivation was to keep it alongside so that he gives me a bit of room on the next apex. That is why I put throttle. You notice. But again, I did not get any space here. I don't know if he's obliged to give you. I know that's on you, but I did not get any space. That's the main reason I'm outside the track.
No, so my counter to that is that you're not, when you had space there, if you go back, if you pause once again here.
Yeah, I have a bit of room. I have a bit of room.
So
no, because
here,
I'm scared of the contact here. I'm scared that we will make contact there. That is the main reason I opened up. Because I didn't expect him. It was dude, this corner is very fast. It's not like it's very split decision.
My only point is as a black and white thing, you throttle yourself out of the track without any contact
because
with
I
the
was
other car.
expecting him. At least I was expecting him to go.
But that's on you,
wide.
right?
Yeah, that's on me. Like the bit of throttle and going a bit wide, that's on me. Definitely. But
So
again,
the contact occurs after you're already off the track, and the fact that you go off the track is completely down to you.
Sure.
That is all I'm trying to establish.
Okay, now we need to decide whether it's worth an illegal overtake or whether it's not.
It's on you guys. I'm out of the discussion of that.
Okay. Yeah. Folks, what we're going to do here is we're just going to head to a brief intermission while we decide the final verdict. You've been a part of the deliberations, but the final verdict is going to happen behind closed doors. I'm back on. So we finally made a decision, folks, and here is Blacksheep with the results.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a racing incident. So SD, as unfortunate as it is for Aakash, I think SD keeps that win. It was just too close to call. I'm sure people can guess by the amount of time it took. It was very close.
Yep, indeed it was. It's a shame for such a good race to come down to a steward's decision, but with great power comes great responsibility, right? We have to make a decision to keep to make sure it's 100% fair. And I think the only way we could go was a racing incident. It was literally a game of inches. But on to bigger and better things. Let's actually take a look at what the next race is. It's Ink versus Carry. And let's figure out who's going to be on pole. So it's heads for Ink and tails for Carry. Flips on the.
It's going to be tails.
Oh, on the flip side.
I think it goes heads, and then tails.
Fair enough. So, folks, we have it. We have Ink on. Carry on pole. Ink P2, and whenever they are ready, we are ready to get started. Last race of the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
I'm just having a theory on the coin toss. I think whenever it's in the top bracket, it's always going to show heads, and whenever it's on the bottom bracket, it's going to show tails. Conspiracy behind the coin toss. Brought to by yours truly.
Fair enough.
No, this is going to be an interesting matchup because I think they're readying up. I think we can switch to the game because Ink during the group stages was absolutely nowhere to be seen. He actually dropped out after filling the form, saying, "Hey, I'm not interested to race." But at the very last minute, he came back and went on to absolutely demolish his group. He won every single race. Hands down, as in like he had a cup of tea while having the race. It was that easy of a victory.
So
for him.
you could say his dominance is not written in pencil but in ink.
Well said. But it's been a very tough and torrid ride for Carry.
Kapil, I do not think you are spectating here, by the way. I think you actually have. Oh yeah, sorry. Carry is driving with your account. Okay, got it. Never mind. I saw Couple Ace in the paddock, and I was a bit excited to see you racing, but it's not to be. 2 McLarens on the grid. We are lights out. 5 lights. It's gonna be. We have 2 Mercedes and now 2 McLarens, so it's a Mercedes dominant couple of races. Carry leads us into turn 3 right now. Definitely. Let's see if Ink can carry on his form of dominance. Sorry, Couple, interrupted you. The race was starting. Priorities take this takes the priority.
No, I'm actually in the lead, so I'm concentrating.
Sure. Again, so are we going to see a bit more caution in the first 4 laps, or are we going to see drivers really going for it? In the last race that Carry drove, he did not hang back to make that overtake. So, is he going to fight ERS with ERS? Is Ink going to make that move in the first place? These are questions which none of us have answers to, but we all need to.
Well, nobody seems to be using any ERS so far.
It's a bit disappointing.
So again, pretty cautious from both the drivers.
Ink's had a bit of a bad run through the chicane. But the good thing about being in a slipstream is you can compensate with that little bit of extra deployment. Carry goes a bit deep.
I think very deep.
Yeah, very, very deep.
The SD line being chosen
Trademarked.
through those corners. That's allowed Ink to catch up by probably about 3.5 tenths.
He's burning his ERS. Is he going for an overtake here? Down the inside, he goes. Carry leaves him sufficient room on the outside, but now he has the inside line onto the Wellington straight. He goes very deep once again, and a beautiful switchback by Ink, beautifully judged. Blacksheep, don't you love it when a good switchback works out?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's holding it now, so I think he's got the move done. I hope this sets a slight example for other drivers who so far we've seen have been quite cautious. This is no waiting for any DRS. Just take the opportunity and go for the position. And I hope this works out for him, actually.
This looks like a driver who's definitely confident about his pace.
Certainly. Or not leaving anything to chance.
But Carey is right now coming right back at him. He's pushed him through Chapel, Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. And he's going for it. Or not really going for it, but looked like he was going for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have DRS the next lap, so perhaps he's just waiting for it. He goes deeper into that chicane once again.
And crucially, Ink is out of DRS.
Yeah, was he trying for a move there? What happened?
I think he was trying for a move
Just
around
went
the
to the other
outside and
side.
just went deep.
Yeah, he
was a
lost
full-
his exit from Vale. His entry into Vale, if I may say so, and now he is going to have to push.
But I will say, Carey has an additional 10% or 20% of ERS to get back into attack range.
Yeah, and he's able to still keep it, right, like on the fringes right now, but he looks to be confident with his pace. I do remember from previous years that this is a track that Carey absolutely adores. So, but he's still not able to.
He went very
really
deep
make
into
up
turn 6. But I think he's deployed some ERS and managed to come back to
and had a good chunk of
within
the
a second.
track.
Well, you got to use
cheeky level.
you have to use the warnings you have with wisely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, judicious use of his rights.
Can I just commend this man? He's caught up a second in less than a lap. In exactly one lap, he's caught up.
That could also be the Ink not using his ERS at all.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yep.
Carey going again much deeper into club. Alright, the penultimate lap. DRS coming up.
I think the drivers are going to start being a bit more aggressive at this point, especially because it's you got one shot at this. It's not a best of 3. It's not a best of 5. Whoever wins this race, right? So it's side by side. Can Carey hang it down the inside? I don't think he. Yes, he is going to make an attempt to do that. Oh, he holds it very well. It's honestly so difficult to hold the car when there's contact when you're on the inside. So well done to Carey.
Yeah, I'd like to see what ERS level Ink is on. Obviously being the car ahead with no DRS. Yeah, he's had to deploy a fair bit more.
But 60% is still good enough for like just over 1.2 laps. And Carey makes the move right now. He is already through before the braking zone. So either Ink was not deploying and Carey caught him off guard, or Carey's just
he's made the apex. Congratulations to him.
Okay, so the final lap, the final few kilometers of racing.
The sandbags are off. He is going to deploy max for this lap. He's got more than enough. And Ink just needs to stick with him and make it count. He's got one shot. Will he be able to make it?
I think he's too far back
At least for this
on,
run.
on the Wellington straight, yeah. Yeah, I've noticed Carey is just staying too tighter onto the right side through that corner. Seems to compromise his exit a little bit. But, well, he's got enough ERS. This is the final lap.
It's actually fairly close on ERS. Both drivers can deploy to the end at this point, but the gap that Carry has is just, yeah,
I
it's
think
it's
8
building.
tenths.
9
Yeah,
tenths.
it's
Yeah, it's rising.
significant.
It's rising. The problem with Maggots, Beckett, and Chafflet is you make a mistake through any one of those corners. Ink knows it's over. You make a mistake through any one of those corners, and that's just going to lose you so much time through all three of them.
Yeah.
Well, good show. A good show by both drivers. But there can be only one. Well done to Carry. Makes it through. I think this is the final quarterfinal race that we have today. So the grid for
we're
the
into the semis.
Yep,
We
the order
have
for
also the losers race coming up.
Yep. But the order for the semi-finals is pretty exciting. We have Helium versus SlayaOnKeys. We have SD versus Carry. No surprises on which one is the more high-profile race over there, but definitely it's going to be a best of three. Five lappers, best of three. Am I right?
No, it's a single.
It's
Oh,
a single,
sorry.
yeah, one race.
Sorry, it's a best of one here. Best of three is only for the finals, right? Whew.
Best of one, yes.
All right, but in the meantime, let's jump into the losers bracket race. I think they're just going to be setting up the lobby with whoever's just unfortunately been knocked out. It was a crazy race between Logesh and Helium, Aakash and SD. I mean, I think it speaks for itself. There's so much to do, so much going on. And Ink unfortunately could not hold it steady with the likes of Carry. So these four will now be duking it out in the next losers bracket race around Silverstone.
Great.
So what's the prize money like?
I think you would know, since you're sponsoring this lovely event. If they beat you, of course.
I'm not
We
racing.
can never forget
I
the
don't.
boss battle.
I'm not doing it. No, sorry. I haven't even raced in. Forget not racing in F1 2021. I haven't raced at all. And the last game I picked up was F1 2022. So there's absolutely no
Doesn't
way.
matter.
I'm not doing
Maya,
this. No,
Maya, it
no.
doesn't matter. See, we have to witness your magic. The way you pick up and you get on pace within the first few laps. That's
Okay,
what we're waiting
if
for.
I'm allowed to have 5 laps of warm up, I'm gonna do it. Otherwise, no.
5 laps of warm up. I'll 3 laps.
Okay, 3 laps in time trial. Let's do it.
Okay. So we'll get to witness, we would also love some commentary on what you're looking for. So get your wheel connected. We're gonna have some fun.
Oh my God, this is gonna be painful.
But
You're
think,
gonna ruin my reputation, couple.
not ruin it. I'm gonna test it and uphold it if anything, because I'm fairly confident that
That is
it's
absolute
gonna
bullshit.
remain.
I genuinely think Blacksheep would be a better candidate for a good race.
Absolutely, getting wrecked by Slayer is and then doing it all over again.
Yeah.
Today is something that he'd definitely be looking out
Very
for.
entertaining, isn't it? Yeah.
Really is. Give me a second, folks.
Right. Am I sharing the game? No, I don't think I am. Let's.
No, you're not.
I was watching it. Perfect. So the lobby is loading up for these 4 drivers who've unfortunately not. I mean, someone has to advance, and the only way human beings have learned to get ahead is by leaving something behind. So forgive the morbidness, but these 4 drivers are gonna go for the next consolation prize, the losers bracket 2, if you will.
Yeah. This is effectively for P6 to P10 in this event. P6 to P10 or P7 to 10, I think, actually.
Yeah. Let's stay on board with Aakash. I think he was pretty hard done in the last race. So let's actually spectate him through this quali lap. Blacksheep, you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. Coming into, I don't know the track names or turn names. We're going slightly wide, turn 4 and 5. Turn 5 being the full throttle opening onto the Wellington straight. Very important here to measure your line and length, to be honest, going into this corner, because you can run fairly deep into the corner. You don't want to be doing that. You want to stay more to the right so that you open up the exit of Luffield. Maximize how much of the track you're using, just as Aakash did there, going halfway over the curbs. Going into cops, this should fairly be textbook stuff, I guess. Yeah, this was flat out. Staying in 8th gear this time. Now, important to have cutback lines through Maggots and Beckett's. Taking a lot of the curb, maximizing the use of the track, getting a fantastic exit. The quicker you're straight onto the hanger straight, the more speed you're carrying through. You've got to go very wide into the entry, the inside line, because then you have the opportunity of running wide, not getting the apex right into Stowe. But I think the club and the Vale section of the fairly competently done across the line. And that's I couldn't catch what the time was.
It's 1:27.192, and I think that is what a great return for Aakash, because, and thank God we spectated him, because he's the man who got pole. Well done.
Yeah, almost 5.5 tenths quicker. All right, guys, any predictions for this one?
Carnage.
Okay.
A lot of spins.
I'm gonna say
I'm
Aakash.
expecting
Aakash,
a
I'm gonna say it's gonna stay the same within the first two, but the last two are gonna swap around. Oh my God, the Red Bull had a pretty tail happy start. Logesh is already going for a move down the inside of Aakash. Great start by him. The Ferrari, can he open up the corner enough? But Aakash does have the inside line, and the inside line, as we've seen, has been
well,
kicked.
Logesh has already been calculative. He got a fantastic exit. He just went wide, got that switchback line, and he's now well within the slipstream. Has he pulled alongside? He has.
But Aakash holds it. Where was this around the outside driving against ST? He just wouldn't go for it. Oh man, this racing is beautiful. Now they're again side by side. Logesh again gets the track position, and this time I think he will hold it.
Yeah, but I think Aakash has had a slightly better run off cops. But he's going to hold back, I think, until the final real straight coming up.
He can smell what Logesh had for breakfast. He is that close.
And you know what? Ink and Saito, they're not far behind either. The more these guys out in the front fight, the more it allows the two at the back to actually stay with the pack. And when DRS comes along, this is going to be very interesting.
In a way, Logesh is now the bottleneck. Aakash will not necessarily look to overtake him right now. He's the kind of guy who loves sniffing, so that's kind of what he's doing.
Well, he's proven you wrong right there. He has overtaken him.
He does indeed. But Logesh is going to send it right back on him. Aakash taking a very, very wide line. When he squeezed into the apex, but leaves that room lovely for Logesh. And going side by side through Wellington. Who's going to make it out in front? Looks like Ink is going to be sniffing his way into the battle right now. He's been tapped, and that's one out. But Saitaro immediately taking advantage, like the Red Bull does. Going to go side by side, cutting a whole lot of the curve there, but gets the position done with 8 track invalidation. All this is helping is Logesh get out of it. It looks like the tier 3 boys are working together against Aakash right now because Aakash has gone from P1 to P3 in a single sector.
Oh,
A single lap.
they're forming up. Safety car, safety car. They're reforming up.
Okay.
I love these drivers are such good sportsmen. Like they just won a good race.
I think it's green flag racing.
And
Yeah, that's the main boat.
yeah, and Aakash
God.
wants that challenge. He's let Ink pass him through again, and now he's gonna try and overtake all 3 drivers in 3 laps. It's a bit of a tall order if you ask me, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I think Ink is struggling a little bit. He's already out of the DRS of Saai. But this could be Aakash's opportunity. I won't be surprised if he actually has him going into Cops, but I think he's a bit far back. You know what? I'm surprised that Saai is able to stick around with Logesh up front.
You say that.
Picks up the penalty.
Is this the move? Is this the move? Yes, it's definitely the
Yeah,
move.
this should be it.
He's alongside by the time you got the DRS activation. And we've got the car up ahead. Saitharan going for a move almost down the inside of Logesh.
Collects a little bit of grass.
And these two are just holding each other up because Aakash is now under a second and he is now back in the game to hunt down these two Red Bull drivers from tier 3. This is by no means done and dusted right now. It's lap 4 and Aakash is still out. He's back into the sniffing game. What an amazing exit he's getting compared to the drivers in front. He's already side by side.
Oh my god, what is...
He gets
Wow.
annihilated.
That's the most Red Bull thing that could have happened. That's the most Red Bull thing that could have happened.
Where did that come from?
Sai Tarun immediately slows down. He knows what's happened over there. Fair play to him. That was turning out to be a scintillating comeback drive from Aakash. Gets
Sai
annihilated.
Tarun did what needed to be done to protect his teammate. Just he sacrificed himself for the glory of Red Bull.
You've got to feel.
Logesh is in the Ferrari. Though. Yeah.
You've got to feel for this man, Aakash. He's had a tough day. Arguably, ran out of room in his race with SD. Then gets punted twice in this 5-lapper. There is a lot of feel for this man. But what a nice guy. What a
Heart
gentleman.
goes out to Aakash.
Yeah.
Honestly.
What is it with Aston Martin and having gentleman drivers?
And being knocked off the track
Yeah.
pretty much every time they're out. So I think this time around, Logesh and Ink are not really stopping. The final lap, probably no point anymore, but Logesh should have this in the bag. So these are going to be your P7 to 10. Logesh followed by Ink, then Aakash and Saai Tarun.
I think this will be a vengeance that's going to carry forward either into season 9 or the next Pace-Off. Aakash is probably going to be taking the silent treatment right now, but I know in his heart he's already planning how to dispose of or take care of these drivers somewhere down the line. He's a very clinical driver. We've seen some amazing drives from him in the past in Tier 1, but hard done this time around by very, very close contacts the last time around, and this time just completely rallied up and taken out. But yeah, that is it for the losers bracket of the quarterfinals. Logesh takes victory, followed by Ink, Aakash Sonawane. A good recovery drive until the incident. He takes P3 and Saai on P4. So that would be your P7 through 10 for this face-off.
Right, it's getting serious now.
Look,
We're into the
Logesh giving out
semi-finals.
free copies of F1 2021 after 22's come out. That's definitely nice to see. We are gonna just run through what the bracket has been for this last for the quarterfinals, and it's been Helium and Logesh went head to head, and Helium's come out on top, and he's gonna take on SlayaOnKeys, who edged out Saai Tarun in the last round. We then had a great race, wheel-to-wheel action between Aakash, Sonawane, and SD. That went to the stewards, took a while of deliberation, but fair racing and great racing by both those drivers. SD comes out in front, and Carry, beautifully measured race against Ink, and he will take on SD in the second semi-final, which will be done shortly, I guess. Live shortly, whatever the word is for that, but
Yep.
we are good to go, I think.
Do we have the lobbies up?
I
ready?
believe
Yeah, we're ready to go. Let's get the coin toss ready and let's jump to it.
Right. Folks, I'm going to ask you to wait for about a minute and a half. You both can have a chat about the bracket. I need to take a quick relief break, but the coin toss.
So will I, actually.
Oh shit, I'm not sharing.
If you're gonna have one.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
will I.
Let's just do the coin toss now, and then we can
take
a quick break. But for the next race, which is Helium versus Slayer, we have Helium, I believe, on pole. And just to give you confirmation of that, we have Helium versus Slayer. Helium's going to be on pole for the first race. Couple, which track is it?
It is Belgium.
Belgium's. Oh, this is Spa. Duh. Great. Awesome. We will take
sparks flying around. All right.
Well, hopefully we haven't lost too many viewers with the last two jokes. So we're gonna take a quick intermission, quick relief break, and then we're good for the semi-finals.
Yep. All right. Catch you guys soon.
So folks, we are back and ready for the semi-finals. We're tapering down to the fastest 4 drivers, or the best 4 drivers, however you look at it. And the next race, just to remind you guys again, is Helium versus Slayer. Awesome with the voice comment, East or West, Myanmar is the best. That's an old one, but it's definitely valid. Myanmar is the best. Shame. I think he did us all a favor by not racing today.
You'll be shaking in your boots after we won.
I would not even try. Myanmar is just not a different level.
Absolutely. And I think they're heading up right now.
Awesome, awesome.
So
we go straight into the lobby, and it's a wet race at Spa, which means there's no DRS battles, it's just track position. I think we may see some aggressive driving, but Helium is a good driver in the wets, and he is in the Mercedes, and we have Slayer in the McLaren. And the Grand Prix is go. Cautious start, very little wheel spin from both drivers. Intermediate tires for both. Another advantage of racing in the wets is there's less ERS conservation required, so you can actually see those drivers burn a bit and actually fight for track position. And you can see both drivers dumping their ERS down the Camel Straight.
really is a fine performance that Tier 3 boys have done. They've actually overthrown their Tier 2 competitors in the last round and just actually giving a great shot at the title with the Tier 1 boys. It just goes to show how much they've been grinding F1 2021, and yeah, props to them, honestly.
I think what we should do, couple, is have a champions race. All the best drivers, so drivers and constructors titles across tier 1, 2 and 3, put them into one lobby and have a 25% race.
You could do a 50% with top 5 from each of the 4 tiers.
Yeah, we could do that.
You could do that. That's a good idea. Maybe in F1 22 before the season starts.
That's definitely a good season promotion. Right. But coming back to the race, Helium does seem to have the measure of things right now, but it could just be Slayer getting used to the wet conditions.
You don't want to be taking that dip in the curb.
Yeah.
Like Don Shimon.
That is ballsy.
Kimi Räikkönen would remember what can happen.
Staying strong for the 158. It is quite wet.
Right.
Is,
okay.
Yeah.
Slayer appears to have had an extremely good amount of pace through the bus stop chicane and turn 1. He's made the gap. Made the gap up. Is that relevant?
Do you know what I love? Do you know what I love seeing in the wets? Which driver gains that little bit of time up Eau Rouge and Radion, because it just means that you have that your balls are that little bit bigger. You can keep it floored through those corners in the wets. That's always a good sight to see.
Yeah, Slayer seems to have lost out a little bit in that section. He's gone deeper into this corner too. Very apprehensive and cautious into no name.
You know what
Car seems to be appears to be right on the edge of that track. You don't want to be that close to the curbs at Puon, especially in the wets.
Well, I think when you have the level of skill that Helium obviously possesses, being the tier 1 champion, the limits that you can go to on the track are just so fine, and you can do them over and over again, because winning a championship is not just about being quick, it's about being consistent and basically running on your treads lap after lap after lap. He's he's used up all of his deployment for this lap. But Slayer's definitely pushing, and he goes very deep, a huge lockup into the bus stop. That's going to cost him quite a bit of time.
Dearly. Yep. Over a second now.
It's cost him about half a second.
You can see the slight differences between the lines that these two guys are taking. Exactly where Helium's gaining.
That's an innovative line by Slayer over there.
Well, that's one way to gain time
Yes.
there.
And
I think Helium's got this under wraps. Slayer hasn't gone as deep into this corner as he did last time. I think he's learning from experience, lap after lap, more closer onto the curbs through Puan as well. Seems to be using more of the track. I think as he's getting used to these conditions. Tighter on the entry here. Tighter on the entry here as well.
if I may, I'm just going to take a quick break and see how many warnings both drivers have, and doesn't seem to be anything from both of them. Keeping it very clean.
Slayer's had a purple middle sector, so yeah, and he's closed what 3-4 tenths in that lap. Yeah, he's slowly starting to close the gap.
But Helium has responded. He's responded. He's seen Slayer pick up the pace a bit, and he's obviously just smashed in the fastest lap.
Yeah, you can visibly see Slayer getting more and more consistent. Just taking more sensible and better lines.
This is what I love. Like, yes, Slayer made that one mistake which probably cost him a little bit, but both these drivers are so well matched.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if Slayer hadn't made that mistake. The 5 and a bit tenths that he lost there, he would still be right behind Helium, I'm guessing.
Even though this race has been a lot of wheel-to-wheel action, it's been a battle of the intervals. to that's the best possible phrase I can find for it. And both drivers are trading blows sector by sector. Helium obviously does seem to have the edge, and with all due respect, I think we did sort of expect that, but Slayer's not been any slouch on himself.
No, definitely not. I think the exit of the chicane is he's slightly struggling with it. Not able to sort of rotate the car in time and get on the throttle as quickly as Helium has been able to do.
I think the way Helium, and I obviously don't want to make this comparison in general because there's so many great drivers in IRC, but the best thing that I can think of is in this race he's a lot like an Alonso, where he's not 10 out of 10 in any one factor, but he's just making sure that he's 8 or 9 out of 10 in all different situations.
Yeah.
I think that's the best possible comparison I can think of about Helium, because if you think about it, the only time Slayer's actually lost has been either tail happy through traction zones or lockups, and I think the fact that Helium's is just driving on that 8.5 or 9 out of 10 and not pushing that 100% has actually worked out really well for him.
Yeah, I mean, let's ensure that he's keeping it consistent and clean. You don't want to be picking up penalties when somebody's, just a second and a bit behind you.
Every time Slayer starts pulling back in, I'm like, is this the attack? Is this the attack? But it's just not enough time. He's running out of laps. He's running out of room.
How comfortable is Helium right now? What's his ERS like?
We haven't gone on Helium. 70%. He's definitely comfortable. So let's stay on board the race leader for the final sector.
He's not even going to bother with the ERS.
Running,
it's not worth it.
The run up to bus stop is a long one. It's a very long one up the hill. Hard on the brakes, and the actual elevation change you have in this run up is so much more than what it just seems like in a spectator view.
Oh yeah, the length is significant, so you don't really sort of realize it.
Yeah, it's just such a gradual elevation change, but it's a huge elevation change. Another track where that's actually true, where there's a lot of elevation change but minimal, but it doesn't seem that way on camera, is actually USA.
Wow, it certainly seems that way on camera.
Yep.
Turn 1 and then going downhill from, what is that, turn 8 or 9?
Yeah, I know.
I call that the Seb Vettel on the suspensions intact corner, I guess. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yep. Yes, I do. Well, that was definitely a good one. But Helium has entered the finals. He's Tier 1 champion and he's on course to competing for the Pace-Off championship as well. And I'm not going to say which one is more prestigious, but we definitely have more people in Pace-Off. Just jumping.
I mean, no surprises there, right?
No surprises there at all, yes. So I don't think the bracket is needed any longer. We know the last two. We know it's ST and Carry versus, and the winner of whom will face Helium. But let's see who's going to be on pole. So we have SD on pole, and as we've seen so far, SD really knows how to defend his position. So that's definitely one to watch out for. Both drivers are in the lobby. It's going to be Carry in the Williams this time around. You know what I like about this man? He just plays around with different cars. SD stays with Mercedes. Carry's choosing different cars, trying to figure out what works best for him. And I like seeing that. It's more diversity on the track. Now, the drivers have readied up. We are entering the lobby. Last of the semi-finals. Talking like there were many of them, there are just two. And it's going to be in Spa, and this time it's bright and sunny. It's bright and sunny in Belgium right now, and we're going to see ST trying to...
Mara, sorry to cut you off, man. The background music is playing again, so could you just please take care of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that. That's done, but we are in the game now. We should be seeing the game, yes. The drivers are doing their setups. It takes a few seconds for them to make sure that they have the most optimal setup, not just in terms of being quickest around the track, but also in terms of do you have a car which is quick enough? Because as we've seen with the Red Bull and Ferrari battle this season, it's not enough to be the quickest on track. You need to be quicker in the right places, especially for a 1v1. Oh, I think both the drivers have left the session, or at least one of them have left the session. We're going to take a break. Back to the game.
So if I'm not wrong, we've got 6 more races to finish, right? 30 more laps of racing. That's essentially
we have
a
4 more
50%
races.
race.
4 more races, right? We have, let's
No, the
just,
final is going to be a best of 3.
yeah.
Then we have this other semi-final. That's 4. And then I'm guessing there's going to be a knockoff or knockout.
I
So
think we can,
5 more races.
we can skip the knockout here. It's just basically a 1v1, right?
No, between the losers at the semi-final stage.
Yeah, the losers at the semi-final stage will just be a 1v1, right?
Correct. So that's 5 races to go. Still.
Okay. Fair enough.
It will be at max 5 more races if Helium or the other challenger wipes
4 to
the floor
5
in the next.
races.
Yeah.
At least 4, maybe 5.
And then the boss battle. Okay, now
I think
forget the boss
we're
battle.
having a long day. Let's see how the boss battle goes at the end. I'm definitely.
Aww.
So for people who may have missed it, let's run through exactly what boss battle is, please, guys.
Just
Couple is
before
under
we
the
get into
impression.
that,
Couple is under the
I-
impression that it's going to be very interesting for
Wait, just
the winner of this event to drive against me, and who hasn't driven in months. And I'm definitely not going to be even close to the pace of any of the drivers that you see in front of you. But for the audience, we shall do it. We shall do it for the audience.
it is only traditions after all. So I must insist. So Carrie's game got stuck, so we're kind of restarting. He's kind of restarting the system. So yeah, that's why the delay. So the summer break's coming up soon for the F1 calendar. I don't know how I feel about that. An interesting season so far. Lobby is up. If you
Awesome, awesome. So we are ready to go racing. Is the lobby up or is Carrie back in the lobby?
you I'm assuming that the session has started. So
Right, the session has started. We're on the grid. Setups are being done once again, and we have take 2 for this event.
predictions, gentlemen.
This is a good one. This is definitely a good one to predict. We don't know which way it's gonna go. I'm gonna say Carrie.
Ooh, okay. Blacksheep.
I think it'll be ST. If he holds on to
Interesting.
P1,
I think I'm
he should be able to defend.
I'm gonna give my opinion this time. I feel it's gonna be me who goes to the final. So yeah,
Great.
upset. But a good.
A couple, I
good
can
launch
understand
for
your
ST.
predicament, couple. Like on one hand you've got one of your closest friends, on the other hand you've got your account. But as we
Yeah,
see that,
it's-
I think we are avoiding the race. Let's just talk about the race, shall we? So Carrie is about 2 tenths behind the real SD, and as we know, this is the dry situation. So DRS and ERS are going to play a huge part in this race because the track is just so effing long. It's definitely more than just driving around a track and making sure you can maintain the intervals. It's going to be Carrie staying as long as ST cannot break DRS in the next lap and next 2 laps. It's going to be game on.
Yeah, I think he's already got the sizable advantage. He's over a second. Coming up to the end of lap 1. I think it was sector 2 somewhere. Carrie probably went a little bit deep into one of the corners. Lost out about a good 5-6 tenths there, I think.
But we saw this with Carrie in the last race as well. He didn't start off very well, but he just in Silverstone. But he just kept getting better and better and better as the race progressed. And
Yeah,
I've always
you're right.
rated-
And this is a long track.
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say the same thing. Beautifully hits the apex there. Not going deep. It's not the Vale chicane. So
Yep.
crucially, ST has barely used up any of his ERS so far. as the drivers go through the... My god, this is one chicane I always forget the name of. Camel to... What's the chicane's name at the end of the camel straight?
I forget.
You and I have always had
too.
this. We've discussed this about
Yeah.
5 times, and we've always forgotten the name of the chicane. Anyway, it seemed, I don't know whether
Well,
it's a
there's
set...
actually 2 of them. There's this one and the one coming. I always forget the name of both of them.
Which one?
This one coming up now.
I didn't know they had a name.
Yeah, this left-right.
Really bad. We're both really bad with corner names, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to judge
You see, just like proper drivers, we are more inclined with sort of corner numbers.
Yeah, proper drivers don't have corners. They just keep their foot
Yeah.
planted, right? So if you know your corner names, that means you're not a good driver. Bottom
All right,
line.
coming back to the race, it's 1.6 seconds. ST's pulled another 4 or 5 tenths. I think it's the middle sector where Carey's struggling.
Do you think it's a setup issue, or do you think it's just knowing the track, or a bit of both?
Well, knowing the fact that Carey just logged into Couples' account and just picked up the game without much practice, I'm guessing it's going to be just down to how ST is simply equipped with the experience of driving around here, far more than Carey perhaps is.
I agree with you.
Okay, let's not discount any penalties. Belgium is the longest track on the calendar. Is it the longest or the second longest?
Longest.
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 It is the longest. Well, lengthwise, yes, but time-wise, is Singapore sometimes longer? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's not Singapore. It's about
No, this is a 7.5
late 130s,
kilometer
isn't
track,
it?
right?
No, I'm not talking about length in terms of distance. I'm talking about time.
Time, right? No, I think
Lap
you're
time.
right. I think Singapore might be.
I think Singapore is
No, Singapore's less.
Late 30s, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
about
I
4
mean,
or 5
if you look at,
seconds
I think Singapore has the highest pace delta between the highest pace delta between race pace and quali pace, right? Among any track.
Yeah.
Apart from Alonso at Monaco, that was a different.
Yeah. So I don't know what the race pace around Singapore is.
Yeah. I think the quali pace Singapore is definitely shorter. Race pace is comparable. But yeah, I think Spa still is the longest. But Baku is not. No, Baku is shorter. That time, yeah. Just
Baku is certainly shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Spa is the longest, and it's all right. Like it's so much longer in terms of pure meterage, but if you actually look at how long the drivers are just flawed on this track, like so many straights, you're just making up that ground so quickly.
Yeah. So I think Carey's obviously done much better this lap around. I think he's getting into the groove of.
Yeah, but even if he
Of the
does
circuit
catch
of the
ST right
game.
now, he's less than 20%.
Yeah, he's out of
ERS.
ERS. I
He's out of
agree.
ERS.
Yeah. It's taken him a good 3 laps to kind of match the pace, but I think it's
Oh, and he's out.
it's too late.
He's
And
out.
he's I think he went over the curb.
He did. That's a shame. I mean, these curbs, especially, you got to commend Carey. He's what a great driver. Like just a purely talented driver. He doesn't race too much, and we know that 2021 is the biggest change with how you can actually take these curbs. So you're off by even a foot, and you're in the wall.
Yeah.
But for the sake of this race, let's stay on board the leader, because we want to see who's winning. We want to see a driver get to the end, and most importantly,
Well, there's another lap to go.
most importantly, the commentator's curse is real. So while we spectate Carey, there's a high likelihood of an incident with him. If we spectate ST, it might bring the race back closer together. I do not wish evil on anyone, but I just want a good race.
Okay. Well, you got 1 lap.
Yeah. Oh, he's got 1 lap. Interesting. Lasau's in 3rd gear.
Yeah, actually, sometimes it's more stable.
See-
It's definitely a little bit slower.
By
because
the way, I knew the
it's a
corner
very
name.
sharp turn.
I knew the
Yeah,
corner
go
name
on.
there, which is why I'm definitely not a good driver in Spa. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
no, I
sorry.
think second gear allows you to turn it that much quicker because it is, and you sort of need that for the source because it's very sharp on the entry. But third gear can actually give you quite a bit of stability, and just make sure you're that much more confident on the throttle. And you don't really need one lap pace here when you're in a race. You just need confidence and make sure that you have a good exit out of the source because you carry that speed all the way through Kimmel Straight.
Could not agree with you more. It's the most important corner on the entire track. I remember having this argument with my dad when I was young and I didn't really understand Formula One. I was like, it's important to be fast everywhere. He says, no, a good driver only needs to be fast at a few different corners. And this conversation went on for over 2 to 3 hours. And I think at that point,
I'm surprised your dad entertained you.
yeah, no, I was very, very young at this point. And that was the Schumacher-Hakkinen era. And we knew the McLaren Mercedes was a bullet in the straight, but the Ferrari had a more aggressive differential. It was quicker out of corners. It was a quicker car, but the McLaren was a faster car, which was actually great to see. Now you just see dominant engines, but at that point in that era, you actually see minor differences in where the engine used to perform better. And by the way, SD crosses the line, takes the win. No surprise to anyone. But Schumacher in Spa was obviously slower than Hakkinen over the course of the Kemmel Straight or whatever. But but he got such a good exit out of Le Source. It used to just keep him ahead, and you saw it was actually similar to Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton in 2018, where Hamilton was probably quicker at that point. The tire wear was much better on the Mercedes, but the Ferrari just got a great launch of Le Source, a great slingshot of that corner.
Well, thank you for that tidbit of anecdotal.
It's always nice to just geek out about Formula One in general, but the moment we've all been waiting for, the finals.
It's the finals. Now this is going to be a best of 3 race, right? Best of 3 round.
Yes, you are absolutely right. We have Helium, who's dominated so far. I would argue his closest race has been against Logesh, which was his first race. And we have SD, who's come off 3 very competitive races. Yes, arguably Carey had a bit of a spin, but Carey's a very good driver. But SD's come off 3 very, very competitive and strong races. So is the fatigue going to set in? Or is he just completely geared into this rhythm? That is going to be definitely a talking point over the next 15 laps.
Looks like Slaya is done. He's out of time, so he will not be. He's giving a bye to Carey, so that's unfortunate to see. I would have really loved to see them duke it out because I think they've got really a similar personalities, and I'd love to have them duke it out on track. But it's not to be for today. So I think we'll be moving on to the final event.
Yes, and I'm just going to do something for everyone's benefit because now it's all that matters. I'm just going to zoom in all the way to this. Just this. This is all that matters. Nothing else before this has made any difference to our lives. It's just this finals of Helium versus SD. SD has shown time and time again he's up for that upset, he's up for that win. And arguably, you could say that he's really cracking on in terms of pace as well.
Yeah, I think SD is going to have a
soft cookie.
No, I think SD is going to have a point to prove. He wasn't able to take part in quite a few races towards the end of the Tier 1 season. So he was a bit of a spectator to Helium winning the championship. Even Moto kind of had, a few offs towards the end. Not hinting the fact that Helium perhaps got it easy in any sense, but I'm sure SD would have loved to be there and fight it out with him. He certainly was pretty much close on points mid-season. But I think he's definitely going to have a point to prove this time around.
I will say this about SD. I think he's definitely much better at going 1v1 versus,
Yeah.
let's say, being in the midst of a larger crowd. Obviously, that can be said for a lot of people, but I think it stands true even more for SD. Actually, no, Couple, on the other hand, is probably better in a crowd. He's very good with trying
He's
to
a
get you over.
nuisance in the crowd.
He's
Is
yeah,
what he is.
yeah,
To be
people
honest,
just avoid him.
he's the person that nobody else wants to be in the crowd with.
But can't get rid of. Yeah. Ouch.
Thanks.
Ouch. So coming back to SD versus
Let's have the
Helium,
coin toss.
changing the topic, Couple.
So
Wise.
yeah, no. I just want to get the show underway because we'll have the coin toss to begin with. Then we'll have the second race just be a reverse grid of the first one.
Yep.
ST starts off this time around. This is interesting. And then we can
Yep.
see how it is for the last one.
Completely agree with you. Can you tell us the tracks for this final?
So the first race is Imola. So
Okay.
the difficult one. And actually, quite ironically, the one which SD was beaten on when he battled Logesh in the group stages. So he definitely will have a point to prove and is also a favorite track of SD.
Yep.
So this is going to be an interesting one. Having said that, the next two are, well, to be decided or to be announced. The community knows it, but we'll come to it when we
On
get
what
there.
basis
The
are
lobby is up.
on what basis are the tracks being decided?
Popular vote.
Okay. Okay.
So there was a form, everyone filled it up, and yeah.
Oh
all
man,
the events.
I have a feeling it's gonna be something ridiculous like Monaco or Jeddah or something like that. Let's see. Anyway,
Yeah, completely. That's all likelihood there, but we'll have to wait and watch.
perfect. Let's jump into the lobby. See what. And it's a wet race at Imola. It's a wet race at Imola. Could not have scripted this better if I tried. And I'll tell you something. ST being on pole is gonna be a factor here.
Yeah, it's difficult to find your way past on this track.
It's difficult to find your way, period, in this track. Let alone
Well, if
find
anyone can do it,
the speed
it's
of
got to
other
be
cars.
So
Helium.
the finals are go. The finals are starting. Sorry to
Absolutely.
interrupt you, folks. Finals are starting. ST has a bit of wheel spin, and Helium's already pulled alongside. It's wheel to wheel. It's going to be an ERS burn down to turn one. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It is ST on the inside, but Helium clean around the outside.
Oh wow! What a move! He's done him dirty right there in turn one.
Helium wastes no time in exerting his dominance, and look at that line. Look at the speed he's carrying through there. We saw this in the previous race as well. Helium is seeming to be very consistent in the wets. But this is the first time today, Blacksheep, that SD has actually had to catch up and not have the lead. So it's going to be a different characteristic, a different mindset for the Mercedes driver.
Yep, certainly agree. Not surprised also that this is another Mercedes and Red Bull race. Sensibly done from SD, just going off more away from the track, not picking up the warning. I hope he hasn't. Can SD get the better exit here?
Even if he can, is it? This would barely be close enough with DRS. I would say he would need to be pretty much alongside.
You're
coming out
right,
the last.
but what he can hope to do is unsettle Helium if he's close enough. And that perhaps is all you need to do here. For him to make a mistake, go off the track, pick up a couple of warnings. ST probably picked up a warning just there as I said that. But you know what I mean, you know, when you're close and conditions are the way they are, that's when pressure starts to build up.
And what's so demoralizing about driving against someone who's so consistently quick is you just do a great chicane like ST just did, and you end up losing time. It's so demoralizing. It takes a huge psychological toll.
Yeah, although he's just made up a good 3/10 through the last 4 or 5 corners.
That's where experience.
This should give him quite a bit of confidence, actually.
Yep, yep. Momentum is everything. Oh, not everything, but huge. It is very important. He's a bit closer, about half a tenth closer than he was the last time around.
Yeah,
And here
I have a
comes the
feeling
ER.
SD is running significantly lower wing.
Oh, really? I thought it was
He's
the other way
losing
around.
out. No, I think SD is probably... He's gaining in places where you wouldn't think, you know, in little straights here and there where it's not enough for you to really gain time. But look at the understeer coming out of that consistently. You'll see how it's understeery here, getting out of this corner. I think he's running a very, very low front end. So yeah, Helium seems to be picking up a lot of time through the first sector. And I think this is where the understeer actually helps ST see him gain
Ooh.
time here. As long as he can keep it steady, that is. It's also
That's just-
allowing him to get on the throttle here.
You know what the disadvantage of this race being in the dry is? I mean, in the wet, is Helium can be a crawling pace throughout the entire lap and just do an ERS dump on the main straight. As long as he's got a 3.5 tenths buffer, ST is not going to be close enough.
True. We've still got 2 laps to go.
But if I were ST, I would really... Now's the time to really push, because you need to get Helium off his line. That's the only way
Yeah,
to make a
absolutely.
creative overtake.
Yeah, you can see how much ST is gaining on the straight without even using the ERS. Yeah, but so far I think nothing substantial to respond with for SD.
I think he's just... you just need that... If your bag's not deep enough, you need a miracle. And right now, they both seem to be a little too evenly matched. If you look at how evenly matched they both are, you won't expect... It's going to be difficult to overcome that 1 second and have the pace delta to actually overtake. Yes, yeah.
Do you think they could have used, or SD could have used a lot more of his ERS? He's almost at 60% getting into the final lap.
Probably. They're trading fastest laps, they're trading fastest sectors. It's just a matter of time and space. It's just not enough of it. But it is wet conditions, folks. One mistake, one tiny little bit of throttle from Helium, and ST would be right on him. Huge amount of pace carried by ST through the corner entry.
Yeah,
But I think-
much better lines this
Absolutely.
time around.
I've noticed Helium goes for a slightly more slow and fast out through that chicane, while ST just goes ham. Which is two different approaches, and funnily enough, two very different approaches and very similar time, very similar delta, and ST's picked up into second. I think that's pretty much race decided over here.
Yeah, I think this one's done.
Yeah, consistency seems to be very, very strong on Helium, and if I think, if I'm not wrong, he did win the Tier 1 race in Imola as well.
Yeah, he did.
And that was no penalties, just straight up holding off a strong, extremely fast Ferrari and Tanish for a lot of the race. It's a great drive from him. 4.5 tenths. SD has caught up a lot, but maybe one more lap. Has he spun it before the line? Oh, he spun it before the line, but he spun it before the line, but SD had a penalty.
How?
He spun it before the line. ST overtook him before the line. Oh my god, that was funny.
You wonder what it could have been.
What it
Yeah.
could have been. Jesus, that was not needed, Helium. That was really not needed.
Well, we got two more races to come. I think this is a good time, couple, to reveal what the next track is.
All right. The next track is Monza.
So we're staying in Italy.
We are staying in Italy, yes.
It'll be
Okay.
interesting to
Only
see if
Mugello was also a part of this
yeah.
game.
it would have been
Oh.
yeah, an all-Italian final.
Talking about staying in Italy, so I had taken I'd gone to a pub recently, and I met this guy, random Italian guy, ordering a drink called, his name was Alberto or something like that.
Was it really Alberto, or you just
and
thought of?
I happened to be wearing a Ferrari sweatshirt. So he asked me, "Oh, you support Ferrari? Do you like, who's your favorite driver?" I said Charles Leclerc, and he gave me a big hug, and I was like, "Okay, that's fantastic." And then he ended up being a gentleman who worked in the Ferrari corporate division for many, many years, and he pulled out his phone and showed me pictures from a few weeks before in the paddock at Imola. He had his arm around Charles Leclerc and taking a selfie. I have never been more jealous at a nightclub before in my life.
Wow. Wait, you were at a nightclub?
It was a pub, not a nightclub. I mean, it's one of those
You
buzzing.
let something slip there.
It's one of those
You
buzzing.
let something slip there.
It's one
I
of
can
those-
almost imagine you dancing around.
Funnily enough, the last time I was in a nightclub, there was, I don't know what happened to me. I started chatting up with this random guy, and he ended up being a Formula 1 fan.
Why are
and-
you chatting up guys in nightclubs?
Because
What's
unfortunately,
happening?
I'm committed. I'm not allowed to talk to women.
Right, okay. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah, go on then.
And I ended up meeting this group of 2-3 different people who were Formula 1 fans and had a few shots with them. Like,
I don't know what nightclubs you're going to where you keep coming
oh,
across Formula 1
this was in
fans.
Bath. This was in Bath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a good. It's been like, I get really bored. Like, I'm not big into dancing. I'm not big into nightclubs. So I tend to have a conversation about things that I really like, which is why, because I try and have those conversations, you get to find out what people are interested in. But yeah. Now on to the real thing. Let's actually see who's going to come out in front in the second one of these races. I hope I'm showing the right screen. Yes, I am. This time Helium is on pole, and it looks like SD
had a better start.
SD
Yeah.
had the better start. He's got the inside line. But unlike Imola, this is in the dry. This is in the dry, and DRS is going to, as long as the driver behind can stay within ERS or DRS range, the race is not going to be over by any stretch of imagination. Helium's back and sliding into Della Roggia.
Yeah, but that was perfect placement of the car. from
Perfect
Helium,
placement.
I think.
Yeah.
That could be a warning for SD. I think this is where consistency plays a part.
And Monza is the temple of speed. You're going through these corners at such high speeds. It's so difficult to actually just stay on it. Make sure you make no mistakes. Helium just making sure that SD cannot make that dive bomb in. And SD, what is he going to do here? Is he going to go for a move into my God, what's wrong? Parabolica. Helium has compromised his
Things
exits.
better off there.
Yeah, Helium's compromised his exit slightly. But
And
still,
so is SD, I think.
yeah.
Yeah,
a
he
little
just went
too
that
early.
much wider. I think it's the dirty air.
You can see SD just pondering, just hand hovering over the overtake button. Helium, is he going to go deep? No, holds it very well. SD not enough of a cutback, but there's a long run up to Della Roggia, so what would you be doing if you were SD over here? Would you be going for the overtake, or?
I think I'd be going for the overtake now. Yes. Just get it done and dusted. Ooh. That was probably not
That was a very Daniel
warrant.
Ricciardo-esque attempt.
yeah, that was neither here nor there.
You just try to pull a Red Bull on a Red Bull.
It just didn't seem like there was enough commitment there.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full dive bomb. It was just hoping for something to happen.
No, but we are.
But thankfully, he hasn't lost it.
And more importantly, it seems like SD is really vying for this now. He's not waiting. He's not trying to wait for an attack. He's just.
If I know anything about this, I think he is very, very strong at Monza. I've raced against him here several times. He is extremely quick at Monza, and I think you can see that. Maybe consistency is not with him, at least in the first couple of laps, but he certainly has the pace. DRS is now enabled. I'm not sure at this point. Last lap you asked me if you'd be going for the move. From my point of view, pre-DRS, there's nothing wrong. You can go for a move.
Yep.
What's happened here? Oh, you've switched over.
I was just trying to see the ERS that they have.
Yeah, but now the DRS is on. Will you be going for a move now, or would you be waiting until sort of end of lap 4?
I think I'm definitely. I have to refactor as if I were like just to put myself in Helium shoes for a second. Now I've got to rethink my race because I've made an attempt to hold the lead, break DRS, and it hasn't worked. And I've got a driver who's got DRS now, a very quick driver, steaming SD behind me, who's essentially coming at me like a tank. And I would let SD go at this point. I would let SD go, but it's also whether SD will make that overtake.
It's looking like he might. This time around.
I don't think he has much of a choice right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Helium is using any ERS there. He's happy to let him pie this lap around because next lap will be the final run.
SD had a bit of a cheeky lift over there. These laps aren't representative by either of the drivers.
No. Yeah, I think SD is going to hold on until the end of this lap. And that's what I meant, pre-DRS, yeah, happy to, play around with positions, but when you've got 3 laps of DRS, you really you've got to calculate. You can see SD is happy to just sit behind. He's got more than enough ERS. Now, as Helium, what would you do? Coming up to the final lap.
Oh, I hate being the lead driver in this situation. But if Helium has a good Ascari chicane, he should.
SD is lap after lap much quicker through Ascari, I think.
Yeah.
Than Helium.
But
yeah,
here is where I would burn my ERS if I were Helium, just to try and get up to that 5.5, 610 mark, because SC hasn't burnt it. Now, what's happened is Helium is completely on the defense for the last lap. ERS dump time, gentlemen. ERS dump. The closing speed is good,
it's
but
all
not
or nothing.
enough. It's not enough.
All or nothing now. Is Helium gonna defend the inside? He has to. Is he gonna run deep? He does slightly. SD looking for that switch back. Both of them clip that sausage curb slightly. It's worked out well for Helium. Slightly unsettled SD.
SD's going for it.
He's deploying
down the inside of
all the way through.
Helium's gone deep. Helium has gone deep. SD, he should have gone for the cutback. Both of them are going to be running out of ERS for the lap. So this straight could be huge for SD.
This is the final.
This is it. This is the last chance.
I believe. It's a move here or
Helium's flashing. Helium's flashing.
Yeah.
SD's got it.
I have a feeling Helium probably thought that if he does win this, it's gonna be. Well, I don't know. Maybe he wants to stretch it for and have a bit of a show.
Honestly, I don't think Helium was holding back there because his ERS deployment was out. He was out of it.
Do you want to switch to him? Let's see how much he's got.
3%. His
red, yeah, he was out.
His red light was flashing as SD overtook him.
You're right. Okay. Well, good on SD then.
We could not have asked for a better race at Monza. That was brilliantly planned by SD. He overtook with oodles of ERS to spare, and more importantly, it's allowing us to go the distance. and have
Well,
that.
this should really give him a lot of confidence because he tried going into turn 1, the move, the overtake through the main straight, didn't work out. He was trying through Curva Grande, didn't work out, just couldn't get into the chicane with enough advantage. But I think, he held his nerve and made sure he was close enough, getting out of the second Lesmo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to be in that defending position, but I have to commend Helium. He was able to be so late on the brakes time and time again. It looked like he'd be going off the track, but managed to get the car stopped. I think that's going to be a huge talking point in F1 2022 because from what I understand about the handling model, braking is huge, and I think Helium can be a very, very strong driver next season as well. But the final race, the surprise is out, ladies and gentlemen. It is Bahrain. The final 5 laps of Pace-Off, of IRC Pace-Off. There is one shot quali. There is one shot quali followed by 5 laps.
So it's technically 6 more laps, and yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Introduced it just because we didn't want to have anyone come back to us saying, hey, it was because I had the position. Let them duke it out to see who actually starts on pole. If you want to give it to someone else, that's your prerogative, but the control is in your hands.
I
That's how
actually
it's going to be
believe,
for the final race.
if I'm not wrong, Couple and Blacksheep, Bahrain is another strong track for both these drivers.
Yep. I've been battling with Helium all race long for 50% for both Helium and SD in the past. They are feisty little characters, and I'm expecting an
Helium
amazing
is
finale.
braking on the straight. He's giving SD the pole position.
Essentially, yeah. Looks like it.
Or is he having issues?
It's a tactic. It is a tactic for sure.
It's quite possible. Blacksheep, what do you think? It's quite possible that because of the DRS advantage that SD had in the last race, he believes P2 might be the best place to be going into turn 1.
Blacksheep is AFK. He'll be back in a second, but if I were to speak for him, yes, definitely. The power of the DRS it's very similar to Monza. Maybe not as close in terms of how close you can stick with him because you've got these lovely flowing corners in Bahrain, but it has its own charm, and that's why it is only fitting that you have that in the end.
I completely
Sorry
agree.
if my voice cut off there.
No, I completely agree. It's only fitting. It's also the fact that you don't have enough time to break DRS. It's not just about DRS being overpowered. You just don't have the time to break DRS because there's one in sector 1, there's one in sector 2, and sector 3 is just one straight and one corner, and 2 corners. And the detection point for the sector 1 DRS is in sector 3, so you have very little to play with, should I say.
Yeah, it is.
Helium
It
is
is
stopped
definitely
on
a
track.
racing track.
A stopped Red Bull in Bahrain. You know what happened in the real life race? We did have a stopped Red Bull. 2 of them, in fact. So, everyone, time to build up the hype. There have been the round of 16 with 32 drivers going into this. Today we had the round of 8, which was the best 16, which gave us the best 8, which gave us the best 4, and now has given us the best 2.
I think we know how this works.
And finally, these 5 laps will be decided, because all of what I've said so far does not matter. It just matters who is the best one. Who is the best one?
Sorry to cut you off. We're gonna have a quali restart.
Getting so excited
got
about
a
this.
faulty pedal for some odd reason, so they're gonna kind of restart the quali all over again. I'm not sure if they're actually gonna do it. Yeah, they're restarted. Very interesting.
Can you make a request for both of them to stick with Honda and Mercedes engines, but to choose different cars, just to color it up a bit?
Sure. Okay.
Maybe the AlphaTauri and who knows, the Aston Martin or the McLaren.
Or any other car, really.
Any other car. Mercedes and Red Bull was just too much of a story in 2021. I'm not biased, I'm just bored.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough of that.
Right. So, judging by what you've seen in Monza, and
Yep.
obviously Bahrain being another track where DRS is huge. I was asked a couple and I were having a chat about this earlier, but I'm interested to get your thoughts. Do you think P2 is the place to be going into turn 1?
Yeah, that's going to be a
And-
negative. They are not interested.
Okay, negative. Okay, fair enough. We'll stick with the cars. So, Blacksheep, response to that. What do you think?
At Bahrain,
Yeah, do you think P2 is where you want to be going into turn 1?
I don't think so. No, because it's not guaranteed that you will get opportunities later on. Because turn 2, turn 3 could unsettle you. You never know the kind of exit you get, and then it's not like the second straight is extremely long. Even with DRS, the driver defending can really deploy a lot of ERS and basically just move onto the inside or cover the middle or center of the track and you just wait until you get to sector 2, and then you know what I mean. Like nothing is guaranteed. Your next opportunity after that is only going to be pretty much the second DRS zone, or the third DRS zone rather, where again a move isn't really that possible because a lot of it is dictated by what sort of exit you have coming downhill, and then you're back to the end of the lap. So I don't think it's guaranteed in any way that you will find opportunities if you just give up the position going into turn 1.
Helium has a pedal
I
issue.
think at
He's got
Bahrain-
one second. I'm going to interrupt you right now. I don't know if you can see the F1 screen in front of you, but Helium has just gone off completely at turn 1. Folks, this is going to be a bit of an issue because there are only 5 laps left in Pace-Off, and if Helium is struggling with technical issues, even if he gets them fixed, it's going to be something that's constantly playing on his mind throughout
Yeah, it's
the...
not going to leave him very confident.
Yeah, and as you have just said, Blacksheep, getting the best corner exits is crucial to doing
Yeah.
well in a 1v1 here. So, is he going to have the confidence to be good on the throttle? I wouldn't.
Couple, any updates?
I think they're going to restart it again. I don't know what more to say. He said he fixed it, and then he goes and does an edit trip. I don't know what more to say.
Yeah.
And by for technical difficulties, in the meantime, if you want to do your practice laps now and prep here.
I haven't even plugged my wheel in yet. Apologies if you could hear the keyboard in the background. Just sorting some stuff out. So, funnily enough, ST has done an identical lap to the first time in quali.
Wow. Well, consistency, at least.
King, it's king.
I mean, this is giving him more and more practice, isn't it?
Yep, it is, folks. Alright then. Let's take a bit of a break till the drivers are ready.
No, they're continuing with it.
They're continuing with it, okay.
Yeah. So it was an actual driver error. He actually pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, and
Okay.
that's why he.
Sorry to
flew
interrupt you,
off.
couple. The final race, 5 lights. They took an eternity to go out, but we are finally off. And Helium once again has had a good start. He's got the inside line. ST's trying to cut off the angle. but there's not much he can do. SD's on the inside, and he takes position.
Takes all of the track into turn 2, absolutely giving nothing, but Helium is going to send it. Gets his car, lovely placement there, sticking right behind SD, pushing him through sector 2, but SD keeps the position into lap 1.
Yeah, SD's staunch defense full on display here, and that was a fantastic turn 4 entry, I think. Just left it open for Helium, inviting him to come through, and then just used him that much, turning into the corner, making sure he had the better outside line. That was textbook stuff.
Absolutely, and this is not new to SD. I mean, Blacksheep, you've seen him for many years. This is the position he's comfortable driving in. This is the position where he has got years of experience. And I'm pretty certain, at this moment, it's advantage SD.
Oh, certainly, he's pulling away. He's just pulled up half a tenth. It's coming down now. I think Helium might be deploying a bit of ERS.
Crucially, Helium is 20% less ERS than SD is.
Yeah, SD happily close to 100% here. Yeah, I think confidence certainly is with SD, especially after the last race. Pressure on Helium.
Helium is now down to 65%. This is not... Wow. Okay. Going into turn 3, we have about just over a half a second gap. Helium's had a good exit, but it's hovering around the half second mark. But sector 2 is where SD seems to shine. And if he can keep having very strong sector 2s, that's going to set him up very, 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 very well at holding position.
Yeah, he just pulled away by 2/10 in that sector. I think I'm kind of thinking, is it a setup thing? You know, the downhill corners in sector 2.
Yeah.
If you're able to take them flat out, there is a lot of time to gain, and maybe Helium's just that much. Let's see. We'll see on the straights if he's able to gain. Yeah, but certainly SD is gaining a lot of time, heaps of time.
He is nearly outside
corners.
DRS. He is nearly outside DRS. But I think Helium's just about burnt the right amount of ERS to protect himself. But Helium's at about 45% and SD's at 70%. I don't want to make this game of numbers, but this is where the race starts. Now Helium has secured DRS. He can recuperate his ERS for 2 laps now and make a very strong attack at the end of the race. Is that what you would do?
I think so. Yeah. I think just patience. Stay close. Stay behind. Just get some confidence. Just hit those apexes for a lap and a half. Keep the pressure up. Stay half a tenth behind, and then final lap and a half is where you go. And you can see that he's much more confident this time around. Helium a bit closer. DRS obviously helped, but pressure now certainly
SD
slightly shifting to SD. Wide. Yeah, it goes wide there. Helium's going to have DRS. If Helium's able to stick to about 4 to 5 tenths, I guess, at least coming out of the final corner, I think he should be able to pull a move on. And I do think Helium's running a very low downforce setup. He's gaining a lot of time. I've noticed even when he's not burning any ERS or doesn't even... He was gaining quite a bit of time on SD on this main straight.
It's a very, very aggressive Red Bull kind of strategy.
Yeah. So you can see that's, 3 tenths gained. DRS is obviously helping him. Right behind SD's tail now. Exit here, crucial. SD is just hoping to get into that second sector where he can hope to pull away slightly.
This is 4.5 tenths, 1.5 laps till we crown a new champion, and crucially, this is where SD is strong. He's already gained a tenth and a half in this sector. another half a tenth on the exit, and he just seems to be doing better and better.
Yeah, I mean DRS now is certainly going to help SD, but sorry, Helium. But SD's done everything that he had to do this lap, and he knows it's this lap that counts because he needs that gap to be there by the time they round off this penultimate lap and go down that pit straight for one final time.
And honestly, the amount this man does for our community, for this server, I can imagine there's a whole heap of people supporting him, cheering him on, pushing his Mercedes around the track.
Let's hold off on the plaudits until we get to the final lap. Let's just wait and watch.
50% ERS,
down to lap 5.
24% ERS, and I do not think.
I think Helium's going to dump everything down here because
he's going to have to go for a big one.
Second
he's
straight.
Have to go for a big one. He goes down the inside. SD covers around the outside.
Is he going to have DRS as well, Helium? Yeah, Helium does have DRS too, so he is now ahead.
But he is out of electrical deployment, and SD has 40% and one more DRS thing.
This is it. So the exit of this is what's going to be playing on SD's mind, and he seems to have had a fantastic exit.
He has nailed it.
Deploy everything down here. This is for all or nothing.
There's some wheel rubbing. There is some wheel rubbing. It's wheel.
If he can hold this line, I think he would have done enough. They are wheel to wheel.
Sorry, I should have gone to broadcast mode earlier.
So, final corner. Who's going to have the run?
It's close.
SD
it's close.
DRS.
It's SD! Oh my god! What a race!
Wins it by a whisker.
Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not have scripted a better ending to Pace-Off if we tried.
Absolutely. What a race. Just under 2/10 between them. Nothing between them almost in fastest lap. But it was fantastic. The different setups were visibly different, obviously.
And it's great to see that working, like so close together. Whew. I am actually in disbelief at how close that was. Kudos to both these drivers, because the amount of respect and clean racing that's required to go side by side through some of those corners is, because some of them are off camber, under washy kind of corners, and they kept it clean, they kept it consistent, and they, most importantly, they kept it entertaining.
Yeah, certainly. Ooh, okay, couple. So what do we have? What's lined up?
I think
SD is with us in the call box. I would love to get a word from him.
SD,
and,
walk us through.
See what he's feeling.
Walk us through how that race was.
Yes, definitely. I think the first 3 laps, or let's say 3.5 laps, I drove the best I've ever driven on this game. Like no corrections, nothing. Like the car just sticking to the apex, and I was so happy with it. And
you know what? How pertinent that we actually picked up on that. It was precise from you. Sorry.
Yeah, I was really happy with it, because I mean Bahrain is one of the tracks which I've driven a lot of times, so this is the first time I was able to properly utilize the setup. But then start of lap 5, I did not expect him to. I mean, I expected dive, but I think he was a couple of car lengths behind, and he just sent it, and I did leave him room, but then he got it slowed down. I mean, kudos to him for that. But yeah, the switchback didn't work. We went side by side, went too much into too far. I outbroke myself into turn 4, and after that, that last sector was. I think you should keep that in your history book, because that was one of the best side by side action against anyone in this game or any game period.
We couldn't agree with you more. We were just talking about how difficult it is to go through side by side of that section, and to do it with such speed and such. Can you walk us through what went through your mind? when you exited that final corner. I think at that point Helium was a
I
tad
have-
bit ahead of you. What was going
So
through your
yeah,
mind?
so what I done, I had saved up a lot of VRS. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that, but I was
Yeah.
I think 60% in the final corner in the final lap. So I saved it. I knew that even though Helium got, I was like, dude, I am not going to let him win. This is the only chance I can get to win something on this season. So I pushed myself. I kept a bit of ERS in hand because I knew that final sector Helium was not, because I was gaining on Helium in the middle sector and the middle sector and final sector. So I knew that the last DRS zone would come in handy. So yeah, just sent it around the outside. He gave me enough room. Then I tried to give as much room as possible, not too much, so that he can get a good exit. So yeah, and after that, going out of the exit, I had 30% DRS, which was I in my mind I knew that 30% DRS is enough, so I just kept it. And then like yep, and then
Let me ask you this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go on. Go on.
yeah. Then
Continue.
after that, I clearly I don't know if you can see the recordings, but I shouted. So like that was one of the best. Everything.
We
End of-
definitely need
end
those
of lap
recordings for
4.
the IRC highlights. But sorry,
Yeah,
actually go
please.
ahead.
End of lap 4, when Helium made the move going into turn, were you expecting that, or were you just being cautious, saving ERS, hoping that, or thinking that the move will not come, or were you caught off guard by that?
No, I always knew, because you have to always know it's the final lap and he'll be desperate to send it down the inside, because that's let's say barring any side-by-side action, that's the final opportunity to overtake around
Yeah.
this track. But I did not expect him to send it 2 car lengths down. I had to open
Yeah.
up my steering, otherwise it was going to be
Of
contact.
course.
But he got it stopped on the apex, which is kudos to him, because I thought that I'd get a easy cutback on him, because the arrow just came in suddenly, so quickly, that I was like, definitely he's going off the track. But he just stopped it, and there was a bit of contact, but yeah, nothing major. But yeah, I was caught off guard, but I quickly composed myself, and then yeah, we saw what happened.
Yeah. I will say this. I just have a few questions about like the 3 races together. I know we've had a lot of talk about Bahrain, but Helium was faultless at Imola, right? You genuinely
Yeah, definitely.
breaking points.
Yeah.
Even in Monza, you must have noticed him being very good on the brakes a few times. I was confident he would go off the track, but he managed to keep it held in. What was your mindset going after Imola, having lost the first race, needing to defend that second race to a point where, needing to attack that second race and make sure you win to keep your championship hope alive? So, walk us through your 3 races and a very high level view of your three races.
Yeah, just to be clear, just to keep everyone on the same page, I did not expect to be here. I had no plans or no strategy going into the final 3 races, but I knew Imola. I had a 1v1 against Logesh in the group stages, and I lost Imola by a landslide. So I knew Imola was going to be the weakest of the tracks. I was on pole. When Helium got a beautiful move done around the outside in the first corner, I was like, let's just keep it chill. Try to capitalize on if any mistakes he does, and I tried to keep as much behind, because my car I was on the edge. Like every single corner, I was trying to keep it on the edge of grip that I could. But yeah, at the end of the day, I got the 2 seconds and he won. So that was okay. So like I quickly put that aside, because I knew Imola was one of the weakest tracks for me. Monza, I knew I was quick, because in the league race I was quite good at it, and I knew going forward that if I am behind him after lap 3, that is my race. It's definitely my race. So that's what happened. After lap 3, I was behind him and just executed the plan that I had in mind. There was a bit of contact in lap 2, which unfortunately was my fault. If you spun, so that would have been on me. So yeah, I was happy that nothing happened or nothing came out of that. But at the end of the day, after Monza, it was all fair and square. And Bahrain, he had done some pedal issues, but luckily that were not the case. Hopefully that didn't affect his performance. But yeah, I feel after Monza, I knew that I had one shot at this. And given that the quali lap was the first 3 laps went really well, I was like, yeah, this is it. This is the opportunity.
Whew. Well, go ahead, Blacksheep.
No, I don't have anything to add.
I have to say that
It's yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you said you had nothing to add, but go ahead.
I don't go on.
No, I was gonna say that this has been one of the most I think the first edition of Pace-Off was extremely exciting, and the second edition was, very honestly, until the round of 8 was good, the round of quarterfinals was very good racing. The semi-finals were a bit one-sided, both ways around. You dominated against Carry, and Helium obviously had the measure of Slayer, if I'm remembering correctly. So the finals was closer and better than every single race we saw before this. So you have literally saved the best for last, and really thank you for that show. That was a great watch, and a pleasure to an honor to commentate on. But if I'm not wrong, every event has to come to an end. So
Before we do, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the coordinators who have been working tirelessly throughout the week, hosting all the sessions. And yeah, this is one for you. You guys did a very good job. And let's move forward to F1 2022, shall we?
couldn't be a better end to 2021. I think we're ready. Blacksheep couple, I think there's nothing else on the cards.
Not from me.
Well, it depends on you, Mara. Do
Okay.
you want to call it a day? Schedule it.
I'm happy to do a few laps if you want.
I think let's all jump to the new game. We'd love to see you there more than anything else, and onto the scene.
Damn, I plugged
I
my
think
wheel
we
in
can
for nothing.
close this chapter for now.
Plug my wheel in for nothing. Nice.
Okay, since you put in so much effort, let's have it anyway. Let's have.
If it was anyone else but
a
Resty, I
lovely
wouldn't
fella.
be wanting to make the effort. But it's the last time I'm gonna race with Resty for a while, so.
Can we do a 3-lap? Because I have already shot on time.
Oh, you know what?
Like
You know what,
6:30 was
folks?
my heart.
You know what, folks? We're gonna do a 1v1 sometime else, and it's gonna be a YouTube video. It's not gonna be on this one. It's gonna be a special YouTube video. The IRC Pace-Off champion versus, well, me. And look forward to that coming up soon. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds
to
like a
me.
good plan.
Awesome. Well, signing off, like, just to reiterate, I think this has been one of the most successful events, and this continues to be the most exciting format of racing. So we're going to bring you more of this in F1 2022. But I think on that note, we can sign off not just from today's session, but we can sign off on F1 2021 as a community. Thank you
Yeah.
all for this support over this entire season, and most importantly to all the coordinators, all of the admins, all of the stream team, everyone who's put in months and months of effort to make sure every single league race has been strong, and every single event, whether it's Assetto Corsa, ACC, whether it's Formula One, Dirt Rally, whatever we're doing is at the highest standard of racing across the world. Thanks a lot, guys, and I will see you next season. Stay safe.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.